We will call this meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to ask Sue if she'll do roll call, please.
Andrea Fick, present. Autumn Henry, here. Carrie Germain,
Present.
Chuck Melkey,
Here.
Ken Engel,
Present.
Kim Winters, present. All here.
All right, thank you, Sue. All right, now I'd like to ask everyone to join us in the pledge to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. All right. If you haven't picked one up, there's an agenda right through over at the table. Thank you. The next on our agenda is public comment specific to our agenda. If anyone would like to comment, please come forward. Whatever you're comfortable with, unless you'd like to sing in the mic.
Okay, no, Denise Smith, Swartz Creek. I live in Lindenwood Farms. And last week when I was here, I made some comments, and it was I thought it was taken out of context from what I meant. I was making comment about what the state's actions have been, the oversight committee, and different things that were going on around the mega site. But I was trying to imply that you may have asking for more time was probably a potential good thing. But I agree with everything that you guys have done. You've done a diligent job. You've been thorough in looking at all aspects of this, and you haven't rushed to anything. And the 3 items that you came up with in the last meeting were on par. And I appreciate everything that you guys are doing in this in regards to this matter. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Thank you. Anyone else?
Jamie Atherton. I am an instructional coach at the high school. I have kids in the district, and I've lived here since 2006. I know you guys are going to make the decision on the new board member, and as much as I think you guys will do a fantastic job, I do think that with all the tension you guys have, that you guys really should just think about turning it over to the ISD, just letting them make an unbiased decision instead of having any bias. I know that there's been tension between some of you, so I think that would be a good idea, just to keep all the opinions out of it and let someone who's completely outside of our district make that decision. So, and thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Hi, Leah Davis, Mundy Township. I just wanted you guys to think about, I know you're concerned about the children. Of course, they're number one. Think about the parents of the children. The Moorish Elementary School is located over there in communities where you think that the school isn't safe if a semiconductor plant comes in there. Well, the families also, they live over there. And if the school hangs on, I don't think that any semiconductor plant in their right mind is going to want to have a business right next to an elementary school. And you guys could be the last hope that we have in the area to salvage our agriculture and our residential area living spaces. And so hopefully there are other businesses that are interested in that area that are agricultural friendly. So hopefully this is our tax dollars, and millions of dollars already went in to renovate that school, put in a new playground, parking lots, driveways, the infrastructure, and that's our tax dollars. And the non-government organization wants to continue to use our tax dollars again to buy the school. So it's just an abuse of our money, and it's abuse of us in the community. And so, and to move the school, I don't know if you guys have come up with another area to locate the school, if you're thinking brainstorming where else you'd put that school. But please, for God's sake, don't put the school a mile away from Berlin and Farrell. Because, I mean, you're just defeating the purpose as far as, let's move the school because the semiconductor plant is a toxic, potential hazard. Well, there's an old potential hazard of toxicity just, if you're thinking of moving the school. So it's moot. Why would you do that? But anyways, I just wanted to express my opinions to you guys, and I thank you for your time, and please just do the right thing for the families as well as the children of Mundy Township and Swartz Creek School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, everyone. I get a little nervous doing this, so if you don't mind, I might read this through. My name is Maria Ovsenik. I'm a community member. I work in Swartz Creek for the district. I'm a Girl Scout leader. I'm very involved with our PTO. I have 2 kids in the district, one at Elms and one at the middle school. I'm here today to speak about our board opening. Before coming here, I was thinking about what is a school board member's responsibility. I went to the Michigan Association of School Boards to do some research. In summary, a school board is responsible for the following: goal setting, establishing policy, designate and evaluate the superintendent, budget, curriculum, staffing, and appraisal. The Michigan Association of School Boards says, quote, "A school board is able to fulfill the mission when the members of the board and the superintendent understand their roles and work together in an environment of trust, mutual respect, understanding, and shared purpose." It also suggests that, quote, "A working relationship will enable the board to get its job done and the school district to move forward. We must spend significant amounts of time and energy in developing the board/superintendent relationship." So many of you guys seated here today are voted by community residents, and we're expecting this of you guys. We want respect and commitment for our students' learning. We want mutual respect and responsibility for the positions you have, the responsibility to our community. We've had a lot of changes on this board. We've had a lot of changes in each and every one of our buildings in the last couple years. I'm hoping that you guys are focusing on relationship amongst yourselves and fostering that in each and one of our buildings, because we need that. And some of our community members are feeling the pain of building a new relationship with everybody. Okay. So I feel like for the district and the community to move forward and we grow in the right direction, we need not only to vote a board member tonight, but consider the ones that have experience, either prior on this school board, have been involved in the community at sports boards, at a business level. Take that background into consideration. We have a lot of things to get done in the next 12 months, and I think that experience will be really helpful and practical to get us in the right direction and do it efficiently. We want to find someone who can have insightful conversations. They can be professional, talk to community members proactively, and set your personal opinions aside to listen, to really listen to what they want and figure out how to do that together as a group. So I hope you'll be able to consider these factors tonight as you're interviewing all of the board members. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marie. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Staten. I am a Mundy Township resident, and I am also a Swartz Creek School taxpayer. Do you want to restart that now? Okay. So the first thing I want to bring to your attention is what she just hit on was very, very correct. The first thing you were elected to do by the residents was to look out for the children. As Mr. Germain has pointed out several times, it's all about the kids. It should always be about the kids. It shouldn't be about dollars and how much you're going to get for this and how much you're going to get for that. I've watched a meeting online that took place with several members of your school board, not members of the school board themselves, but of the school administration, speaking back and forth amongst each other, making jokes about, I'll be the good guy, you be the bad guy. So my question to you is, why are you doing this? The school is perfectly fine. instead of dealing with pressing issues, like Mr. Engel pointed out at a couple of board meetings ago about the students that have been chosen to walk to a location only to be transported by the 8:05 a.m. bus to an Elms Road location. How can you cure that and save the district money? Go back to K through 5. Quit transporting kids from one school to another. That would save you money right now. But instead of worrying about the kids, everybody up here and everybody in your administration is worried about being the good guy, the bad guy. I'm going to come in with a low number and be the savior, is how it was stated. That's sad. And for the people that weren't involved, if you don't know what video I'm talking about, maybe you should know. Maybe you should get involved. Maybe you should really look out and see what's really going on. Because I think you've lost track of it's about the kids. And you went to it's about the dollars. No matter where you think you're going to put that school, you have to be 5 miles away. 5 miles away from a semiconductor plant in order just to be safe in the air. How do you think these residents are going to feel? It's in their backyards. It's in my backyard. It's in all of your backyards, here even in Swartz Creek. You're less than 5 miles away from that site. You better think about that.
Anyone else?
Brian Bender, 1982 graduate. Got a few notes. First off, Denise said last week appropriately, there is no project. There may never be a project. We point to Shiawassee County. We point to Bishop Airport 25 years ago. Why make any steps or take any steps until there is a project? Let the company come in and negotiate with you directly instead of having a middleman. That's step one. I've been coming to these meetings since April or May of this year. I don't see a lot of action. I see a lot of talk, a lot of things said, but no votes. Ken, you brought up a motion. Chuck, I think you brought up a motion about bringing in an independent researcher or investigator to look at the sale of the school and what has happened in the private. Nobody's ever voted on that. Carrie, you just look at them and you never do anything about it. It's time to take action. Whether it's this board or if you want to spend money to bring somebody in, it's clear there was negotiation prior to it becoming public. There's video, there's emails. Jim, you're on them. Rod was on them. Jamie was on them. Jamie should have been removed from the beginning. She had an innate interest in this project. Her home's right there. She signed an NDA. That's wrong. As board members, I ask you tonight to take action. Third thing, Resident Josh Davis has brought up several Open Meeting Act violations. Carrie, you've never said a word about them. Never done a thing about them. When is that going to change? It's time for action. Time to investigate. And he's done nothing wrong, but he's treated like a leper every time he comes here. Final thing, all of these point back to leadership. And I think it's time to look for new leadership for this board. And hopefully tonight it starts with a new board member who's on track for the best thing for the kids. And Carrie, I'd ask you to ask and consider resigning as president.
Anyone else?
There's a chair and everything. My name is Shelley Thompson, Swartz Creek resident. You guys know me. I want to remind you, you were elected for the community, the whole community, not a specific place. I know it's been said, oh, Unfortunately, you're our last hope for the mega site. That's not your job. Swartz Creek Community Schools is not a negotiation with the mega site. We're not doing anything, and I challenge you to. Oh, sorry. I challenge you to consider the sale of a property and not bring the mega site into it. Would it be different if it was Bavarian Inn that they were expanding, they were coming to Swartz Creek? Would you feel differently if it was Disneyland, Michigan Adventures, something, anything? So you have to take the buyer out of it. You don't know who it is. We don't know who it is. They don't have anybody yet. You still have an offer for property. That's the biggest thing. And as far as the board, you guys have done much better. Been coming to the meetings. I've watched them all online. You've done much better getting along, being cohesive, getting things done. That's your job. I do think, as Ms. Atherton said, just given the history of this board, send it to the GISD. Let somebody independent. What are they going to do? That's different. They're an independent outside source. They don't care. They're going to look at everybody individually. They're going to. There's no harm that can come from it. So, and that's it. So, and I think you guys are doing a fine job. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service as president, because nobody else wants to do it. So everybody talks about maybe Carrie should step down, but nobody's stepping up saying, hey, I'm in line, I'll do it. So consider that.
Thanks, Shelley. Anyone else?
Hello, Don Ludwig, Money Township. I do think we do have somebody that would step up to be the president, would be Mr. Melky. He's said that in the past. If we need a president, he would do that. With the school, $40 million, I would say make sure you include what the future would bring for inflation. We all see what the tariffs are doing. So if it's $40 million today, in 3 years when we got to be out, it could be $60 million. I'm not sure if it was this meeting or Monday Township. Tyler was quoted saying that all the homes touching the school property have sold. No, they have not. I've talked to just recently 2 people. They have not sold that touches the school. Their properties, one's on Maple, one's on Linden, and they bordered the school. They have not sold. Also, he said that there would be no construction going around by the school. I live 7 doors down. They were out there with a bulldozer digging up the front yard, all that stuff. So I don't know what he considers around the school. To me, 7 doors down is by the school. So that's still too close, because I watched the bus stop lady from my porch when she's got to cross the yards. And the number one thing is the kids and that lady. So, crossing the kids. So those are just my concerns, that they are still presently doing things around the school. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Ayana Allen. I wasn't going to speak today. I live in Swartz Creek. I am a mother with 3 children in Swartz Creek schools, and I actually start supporting the building in Swartz Creek. So I do have a interest here. But I really just want to say that I know what it's like to have to make decisions with individuals where you have one goal but conflicting priorities. I just want to say also that I appreciate what you do. I know it's not easy. It's a task, it's a blessing, but it's also a responsibility that you took on. So I just thank you for one, as a mother. Well, I say I do ask that please let that goal be for the babies. And I do believe I get that from you, but I just wanted to say that as a parent, right? As a community member and a parent, that I see you all going after that one goal. And I appreciate you, that you all can sit And whether you agree or not, you all can still sit in the same room together, right? But just to be effective should also be the goal. And again, I just ask as a parent, right? More than as being a community member, that you just focus on keeping the babies first. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I
Sarah.
appreciate
Thank
you
you.
all.
Anyone else? Okay. All right. Next on our agenda, we have a consent agenda before us. I would entertain a motion for approval.
Okay. Would we discuss it now or after? I don't know if I discuss it now or after, but just before we do, okay. It looks like the things spoke about to edit the August 27th agenda. I don't think they shouldn't have been removed, but rather just stricken. I think that's the proper way to amend the minutes.
I'm going to ask Sue.
If you'd
to weigh
like, I
in.
can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, no problem.
I just think that that's like
I can
the
do that
open meetings
100%. I didn't, from what I gathered from when my research, I didn't see that I had to strike it. I could just remove it. Because if you guys don't want it on there, I could just remove it altogether.
Well, if you, I read something on there that if you do that, the original ones also need to be posted,
Okay.
and then the approved version as
I
well.
absolutely
So
can do that. No,
either way you do it, I just want to make sure that it's right.
sounds good. And Jim didn't have any problem with it being removed either. So, okay, no problem.
So I would.
Give a motion for approval. Consent agenda.
Support.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. And Andrea, support. Any comments or questions? Hearing none. Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Andrea Fick. Yes. Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
6 yes.
Thank you. Motions passes. Okay. Next, the reason we're here initially tonight is our board member candidate selection process. I can go through and explain that. As we mentioned before, we have an open position on the Board of Education, and that was created by the resignation of Ms. Bouchard. And we want to thank Alyssa again for her service and wish her well as she continues to serve the community in other meaningful ways. Tonight, we have 3 candidates who've expressed interest in serving on this board. Each candidate submitted a letter of interest and resume and provided responses to our interview questions in advance, and those have been shared with our board members in advance of tonight's interviews. We will interview the candidates in alphabetical order by last name, and each candidate will have a total of 10 minutes to respond to the questions. Following the interviews, each board member will identify their first and second place choice. First place gets 2 points and second place gets 1 point. And then the candidate with the most points will receive the nomination for our open position. Are there any questions from my fellow board members before we begin?
Do we have to vote to approve this? I'm asking. I don't know. Just because we had to vote on it last time. Unless we voted to adopt a policy, do we? I think that it was mentioned that it has to be approved every time.
Do I hear a motion to that effect?
We all agreed upon it at the last meeting.
Yeah, but then why didn't we make it a policy and vote on it to adopt it?
Because the policy is we can make that decision every time. But we talked
Yeah,
about it
so
at the
then-
last meeting.
So then we would vote to make that decision, right?
Yeah, we didn't have it.
Just saying.
But I just think that's
That's all.
No, I'm just saying. Kim
Is there
brought it
any
up at the last
objection to following that process, which is what we did when we had our last opening? No?
No
No.
objection.
No? No? Okay. All right.
But I would like to actually make a motion. We had two people actually mention this, and I don't disagree that this board shouldn't make this decision. Considering at the last time we had 3 board members vote exactly the same, I think this board has too many personal agendas. So I would like to make a motion that the new board member be appointed by the GISD.
Is there support for that? No support? Thank you, Andrea. All right. So, if there's no objection to proceeding per the process we did last time, and I'm going to ask that Mr. John Knickerbocker join us at the table. Welcome, John.
Good evening.
How are you?
Doing well.
Good. All
Actually,
right.
a little nervous, which surprises me.
I have never seen you nervous. So
I'm like, I know all you guys. I probably gave Audemars diploma. Or I know, I definitely signed it.
Yeah, you were there.
Okay, as was mentioned, John, Mr. Knickerbocker, I don't know if I can do that. We will ask some questions that were posed to you that you've provided answers to. And you will have a total of 10 minutes. And Ms. Gould is going to be our keeper of the time. And when you get close, she'll let you know. So thank you for being here, first of all. And we're going to start with, please tell us about your background, qualities, skills, and experiences, and why you'd like to serve as a trustee for the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education.
Well, I was born and raised, actually wasn't born, I was born in Flint, but I was raised here in Swartz Creek. My folks moved here in 1958, moved here before Swartz Creek was a city, moved here in the village. I grew up on Don Shank. I attended Cyrene Elementary, graduated from went to the middle school, and graduated from the high school in 1979. I went to Central Michigan University for 4.5 years, have a degree, Bachelor of Science Business Administration with a concentration in finance and a minor in economics. I've served on many different boards. I've actually served on the Swartz Creek Board of Education for 21 years. I've served on the Central Business Development Authority for 10 years. I've served on the Michigan Association of School Boards for 1 year. I've served on the Michigan Association of School Board Legal Trust Fund for 13 different years. I'm part of the Swartz Creek Kiwanis Club. My wife and I are part of the Swartz Creek Athletic Boosters. Not active members anymore. When our son was in school, we were very active then, but since then we've kind of backed off because we've actually become more involved with the Swartz Creek American Legion. It is very important to us that if we are going to be part of a community, and we're going to make any changes in the community, then we need to be involved. One of the big avenues or big things that we just finished working up on this past weekend was the Be More Gentry, and we had the privilege of being part of that. It was mostly Gentry's family, but they did allow Kathy and I to be part of that committee to help raise monies in the memory of Gentry Farmer for Camp Kopniconic and also Audubon Park. Been involved with, like I say, with many different committees. I feel I've had a lot of experiences working with committees. I've been on committees that are tumultuous. I've been on committees that you have a 10-minute meeting. I've sat here and stayed here till 4 o'clock in the morning for school board meetings back in the early 1990s. That's just the way it was. That was the environment at the time. I was here on the school board back in the days when money was extremely tight. And we had to make that just very difficult decision to eliminate busing. And people are like, you have to provide busing. No, by law, you have to provide busing for students with special needs. The rest of it, you do not have to. But we had to do it because, again, monies were tight. Just like now, well, fortunately, you folks just had the state come through and pass their budget. But at that time, they hadn't passed a budget, so we had no idea what kind of state aid that we were going to get. We hadn't had the audit yet, and the audit came in at being a discrepancy of less than 1%. So between that and with the state, and they upped the dollars and gave us some more monies, we were able to bring back after the first 9 weeks, be able to reinstate the busing and provide a full educational program for our students. But again, it was a very difficult decision. One of the things we did find coming out of that, what was kind of amazing, was during that 9 weeks, student academic achievement was up and student discipline was down. And we don't know if that was just because mom and dad were having to take them to school in the morning or if it was just an anomaly. We're not quite sure how that happened. But I've been and had to make many, many difficult decisions, whether it's on the Central Business Development Authority, whether it's deciding on who might get some funding from the Legal Trust Fund at the MASB level, or as well as here, I've been part of a team that's hired 3 different superintendents. Those get to be, you guys if you haven't done it yet, it's going to be one that you're going to be, maybe not Chuck, but the rest of them will pull our hair out. So that kind of stuff. But I think I bring a lot to the table.
Thank you, John.
Chuck and I have served, so he knows I'm joking.
Okay, next, what do you see as the roles and responsibilities of school board members?
Well, to put it in a quick nutshell, I mean, it's the responsibility of the school board members to provide the best educational experience in the safest environment that we can for not only our students, but for our staff and for our visitors to come to the Swartz Creek schools. That's the major thing. Provide the tools that is needed to provide the best educational experience in the safest environment for all that are concerned.
Thank you. Working effectively with other school board members and the superintendent requires skills in communication and decision making. How do you see yourself working with other members of the leadership team? And what is your vision for education in this community?
Again, I think I've touched on it in my first answer, in that I've served on many different boards, so I've been on different environments and different boards that have, different structures to them, and I've been able to communicate, and I've been able to work, and I've been able to help succeed in all those different environments. The goals that are set. The second part was, what do I see as the goal? Vision.
What is your vision for education in this community?
Vision, I would like us to be number one. I would like people to look at us and say, we want our child to go to Swartz Creek schools. We want to be the leader and the best. We want to give, again, our staff and our students all the tools that they need to be successful and to create an environment that people want to be here, that people want to bring their children, people want to live in this community, and people want to be part of Swartz Creek because we are a leader.
Thank you. What are the challenges facing our school district, and what are the biggest challenges facing public education today?
We're no different than anybody else when it comes to the challenges that we have. We're no different than a Grand Blanc. We're no different than a Flint Amity or a Beecher or Bendel or Bentley, in that you never know where your funding is going to come from. You never know what parameters that the state may dictate to you, or the federal government may come in and, hey, we're going to pull this program that takes care of our young fives, and that we're going to pull that away from you. At one point, we actually used to have, and we used to be one of the leaders here in the county of an Indian education program. And that eventually went away because the federal government says, no, we're not going to have that anymore. But we were one of the best and one of the leaders here in the community in Genesee County when it came to that. When it comes to other challenges, I mean, again, like I say, it's a lot different than when I previously served on the board. I think you folks unfortunately have to spend an awful lot of your time and an awful lot of your thought process into making sure and ensuring that it is a safe environment in our schools. I mean, I talk and I see like I say, I live here in the village. I live on Cyrene Elementary. At one point, the drop-off lane was basically right in front of my house, and I remember, for me, I lived 2 blocks away, and back when I went to school, everybody was a walker, and walkers were truly walkers. Nowadays, people don't feel comfortable allowing their young ones to, unless they're walking across the street to go to a daycare center or something like that. It is a tough environment out there, and so it's a whole lot different. And I think that's something, unfortunately, you guys have to be. It's got to be a priority for you because of today's environment. I wish it was more on education versus keeping stuff. Yep. I saw you.
Okay. Thank you, John. All right. Finally, when voting on issues, are you always willing to put learning first and give priority to what's best for children?
Most definitely. Like I think I've touched base on this already, and that in my belief is the students, the staff, the parents, and the visitors come first. So whatever we have to do to provide them the tools and the safety to be in a great environment, that's what we need to do.
Thank you.
You said question 6.
No,
Sorry.
that's okay. And finally, sorry, Sue, I'll give him back a couple seconds. Just your opportunity to maybe summarize for us.
Again, I think it's one of those situations where I believe I can bring some stability and some ability to get some things done. I've listened to a lot of people speaking before we even got started here in public comment about the site and that kind of stuff. Obviously, it's a very emotional thing. You as a board, and if I was part of it, me along with you, we have to make that difficult decision, but we have to learn to maybe take the emotion out of it and look at all the facts and all the figures and everything that is happening to make the best decision for our community. Now, again, like I say, there's a lot of emotion involved. It's difficult, but I think I can be an asset to the community. I think I'm done.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your interest and for your service otherwise to the community.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck.
Okay, next we have Mrs. Jessica Lene. Hi, Jessica.
Hello.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You want a water?
That'd probably be great. Thanks. I appreciate it.
I like the one job. Travesty. Welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you for your interest. I know it takes time. Just for everybody in the audience, we're not asking them all of the questions that they responded to because we have those answers, but we have 5. I chose 5 of the questions so that we could stay within the 10 minutes in all fairness. So, and you tell me when the clock starts, Sue, and we'll go. All right, Jessica. So thank you for being here. Please tell us about your background, qualities, skills, and experiences, and why you would like to serve as trustee for the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education.
Well, thank you. I guess I will start as you know, I'm Jessica Lene, and my husband Jim and I have lived out here for 23 years. We have 2 amazing daughters that graduated from Swartz Creek. One graduated this year from Eastern with the honors and went there on an academic scholarship based on her education here in Swartz Creek. And the other one is in her 2nd year at Michigan State, carrying a 3.9 grade point average based on her education here. And my desire to serve is not about my kids. Somebody said something to me the other day about let some other parent with kids in the district do this. And maybe that's the case, maybe not. I never came onto this board, and I think I said it before, it wasn't about my kids. It was, it was about being able to contribute to my community. And that is why I still want to, that's why I'm still willing to serve on this board and come back to it. And maybe the public knows, maybe they need to know, maybe they don't, that I served on this board for 6 years until December of last year, and I've served as the treasurer, I've served as the secretary, I've served as the liaison to the Genesee County School Board Association. So I know that I have ultimately the knowledge, skills, and experience to come and serve on this board again.
Thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome.
All right. Next, what do you see as the roles and responsibilities of school board members?
Well, as I think that was Marie, I think that summed it up fabulous. I looked at the same thing too. I think the role of our job, or the job of the school board, right? Obviously, simply put, we evaluate and we hire if needed. The superintendent and the other certified staff. Our goal, the goal of the school board, right, is to provide an education for all of the students in the district. And that doesn't mean just the little kids. We've got the virtual learning center. We have our adult education. There are a variety of people that we are responsible for educating, as it said, of doing it safely, right, and effectively and productively. And sometimes the effectively part sometimes comes quickly and sometimes it comes slowly. But this district, I think, has been committed to doing that for a number of years, and to contribute to that, and the financial responsibility as the treasurer, making sure that we are holding, and not just in the treasury, right? We have a superintendent, and there's also other staff that we are responsible for being accountable for the decisions that are made, to give the vision and the direction to those members. How do I want to say this? We're responsible as well for listening and setting that vision, right, and trying to move forward, and help the district to be, and its the students to just be successful.
Thank you. All right. Working effectively with other school board members and the superintendent requires skills in communication and decision making. How do you see yourself working with other members of the leadership team, and what is your vision for education in this community?
Well, I think, how do I see, and in that answer, I think, I haven't memorized whatever. It's not only working with my fellow board members, right? It's working with the administration as well, whether that's the superintendent or the other members of the staff when we're in the committee meetings, that we have to listen to them. Again, we have to ask questions. We have to be willing to look at other people's opinions and views, take them into consideration and say, yeah, that's a really good point. Or I hadn't thought about that. And with my fellow board members, it's the same thing. I very much believe in cooperation and collaboration, and trying to come to a point of resolution. Previously, at one point, the last time that I applied for the appointment, somebody said something about, oh, do you like the chaos? And I said, actually, I like helping to resolve chaos. And that is something that I feel like I have the skills to help do. And I'm not saying that it's always chaotic, but it's something that I have the patience for.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What are the challenges facing our school district, and what are the biggest challenges facing public education today?
Well, John stole my answer. We're no different, as the chronic absenteeism. I just came from a conference where we were talking today, drove up earlier, that one of the biggest resolutions to absenteeism is actually bicycles. That when students have a transportation issue, that bicycles and being able to provide the infrastructure for that dramatically reduces absenteeism. right? And it's just simple things. I wouldn't have made that answer, quite honestly. And I'm in that field, right? But it was a survey of the students, of listening to the students, right? How much do we ask? Who are we asking? Who are we paying attention to, and why? And what's the outcome that we're looking for?
Thank you. Thanks
You're
for
welcome.
sharing that information.
Mm-hmm.
When voting on issues, are you always willing to put learning first and give priority to what's best for children?
Yes, that's always been the intention, throughout. And I've said this multiple times that I will put the students first, the staff second, and the district, the rest of the family third. That's the order of priority for me, and because that it just makes the most sense. Right? We're here to teach the kids. And again, no matter how old those kids are, who those kids are, that is the priority. And to give the support and the resources to the staff that is responsible in the immediate to teaching those kids and nurturing them, then their needs need to be taken into consideration second.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Sue, how much time do we have left?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay. So this is
Wait, do I get 2 extra minutes like John did? Does that include that? Because I might want that for a hot second.
So this is your opportunity to summarize and tell us anything else maybe we didn't ask questions about or that you'd like to share.
I really, I feel very conflicted in a way, quite honestly, about applying for this. I have a great passion and I have a great love for this district, and I actually have great concern for everybody up here tonight, each of you. And some of you, I don't even know that well. And I don't disagree. And again, I'm very glad, quite honestly, that a couple comments came up about turning this over to the ISD. I'm not quite certain if it is the best idea, but I think it's also a good idea that was worth considering. To be honest about the dynamics, I know I have the skills to come here, but the reality is I also know that there are some dynamics behind the scene that I am concerned about whether or not that makes me a polarizing person on this board or not. And so I know that I am able to put that aside, and I have struggled with whether or not to apply because is it in the best interest of the district? I think that it is. I could be wrong, but I think it's worthwhile to acknowledge it. I think the public deserves to know that, right? I know I said something to my husband and my daughter the other night about it, and this is what he said. I said, I feel disappointed in myself that I wasn't more excited about applying for this time. And I think that there's something wrong with me about that. And what my husband said is, he said, you're just really clear-eyed about what is to come and what it takes to do this, but you're willing to do it. And that's very true. I am. And I guess that's where I'll leave it. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Our next candidate is Jenny Wolgast. Jenny, if you want to take a few more steps. Good? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being here, Jenny. All right.
You want to give Jenny a water?
No, she answered. Thank you. I've known. I loaded up before
That's okay.
got up here.
All right. Thanks, Jenny. Let's start with, please tell us about your background, qualities, skills, and experiences, and why you would like to serve as trustee for the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education.
Sure. Jenny Walgast. I did not grow up in Swartz Creek. I grew up kind of in Metro Detroit, so it was a much different environment than we have up here. So I do have that experience, kind of like another, just another background. I went to school at Oakland University at first. Went there for a couple of years for computer science, and just decided I wanted to go back to work. Did a lot of IT work right about when the bubble was bursting, and everybody was off, outsourcing everything. So I went back to school. So I went to Baker College, and I got an associate's degree in computer programming, and I went for my bachelor's degree in project management and planning. So that's my education background. I've been up here in Swartz Creek for a little over 20 years. I love it up here. I love the environment up here. I love the slower pace and the more open spaces and the more breathable air. I get homesick when I go back down to, Metro Detroit area. And I'm like, yeah, I miss this. But then I come back here. I'm like, no, this is where I belong for sure. So that's a little bit about myself. So let's see. And I'm sorry, I'm going to look at my phone because I'm nervous and I know I'm going to go off script here. Let's see. So yes, my other experience. So personal experience. So I have not served on a school board, unlike the other two candidates. But I have been involved in other athletic boards. So I am on the board of directors for Genesee or for Greater Flint Athletic Club, and they're a multi-sport club. And I'm also on the board for Ann Arbor Velo Club, which is again kind of unusual because I live up here in Flint and everybody else lives in Ann Arbor. But they felt confident enough in my abilities to contribute to them and be an asset to their team that I've been voted on there for 4 years. I have also been a race director for a race. We had it 2 years ago, and we just had it again a couple weeks ago here over at Otterburn Park, a bike race. So I have that organization and management experience as well. And as far as working with kids, my daughter went to Moorish and Elms and the middle school, and very athletic. Did running, swimming. Is currently on an archery team. So I've been involved in all those sports. She was also involved with Odyssey the Mind, which is more the academic side. I was a coach for that. So I've been very involved with, youth in all the different schools. I'm still a running coach for the CRIM kids summer running clubs. So I've done that every year for like 5 years. So I'm still really involved in the kids, and I really enjoy volunteering and being around the kids and just being really involved. The reason I'm running or have applied for this is because I want to see the district succeed academically, and I want them to be a positive influence in the community. And I would like to just kind of help with the long-term success for the students and the district.
Thanks, Jenny. Okay, next, what do you see as the roles and responsibilities of school board members?
School board members keep the school district on track. They establish the framework for how schools and other functional areas run with policies, handbooks, budgets, and they work closely with the superintendent. They're responsible for working together to conduct district business in regular and committee meetings, and as well as staying connected in the school activities. So that's my one answer. But I've been involved in the meetings and the committees and everything's just to kind of get a better idea kind of how all the other work happens in the district. And so it's been nice to be able to kind of get a broader view of what exactly is involved in being a school board member.
How the sausage is made.
Exactly. The ugly parts too.
Okay, next, working effectively with other school board members and the superintendent requires skills in communication and decision making. How do you see yourself working with other members of the leadership team, and what is your vision for education in this community?
So I work with anybody. In my career, I've worked with every level of person. I've done tech support where I worked with tech support for GM, where I was talking to literally people that could not read, that were on a factory floor, that just knew they pressed that button, and trying to work with them and give them technical support, all the way up to executives. I've worked closely with CEOs in every one of the companies I've worked with. So I'm comfortable working with, talking with, relating to anybody. I don't judge anybody based on their background, education, experience. I feel comfortable working with anybody. So, and I believe that's important. I believe the school board should be made up of a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of different experiences, and being able to work with effectively people with all those different experiences is very important. And that's something that I'm very comfortable with. It's something I enjoy. I love seeing different perspectives. And I also think that listening is a crucial skill. Not listening for a break in the conversation so you can say what you wanted to say, but stopping your own brain from working for a minute and just listening honestly to what the people are saying. And so that's another thing that, I feel is very important and that I'm very good at. I'm a mediator. I'm a go-between person. I always find myself in a position of listening to people that are disagreeing and trying to help find that middle ground. Really kind of understanding both, putting myself in both sets of shoes and trying to see where they're similar and where they think they're different and they really aren't, and just kind of boiling that down so that they can maybe connect a little bit better. And that's something that I've always enjoyed doing and I feel comfortable doing. And I honestly think it's something that a skill that would be helpful on this board.
Thanks, Jenny. What are the challenges facing our school district and what are the biggest challenges facing public education today?
Okay, so our district has many internal and external challenges. Too many of our students are not meeting minimum academic standards, and too many are missing critical education time. We also have many students in our community that are not attending our schools. They've chosen to go out of district with their students. And so I don't think that we as a district have a good idea why those things are happening. We have great ideas. They're amazing ideas. I've been coming to the meetings and hearing great ideas. And some of them might be very successful, but really, unless you know the root cause of these issues, all these solutions that you're trying, they might succeed, they might not, but it's really going to be more effective to try to get to the root cause of some of this stuff. And again, I'm not trying to put anything again. I'm not saying anything against anybody that's been working on these problems. I hear solutions, and I don't always hear this is the problem, so this is why we're doing this as a solution. And especially, like I said, the students that are in district, that live in our district and choose to take go to different schools, it seems like we're not really reaching out to those families quite enough to figure out what's going on there. And I think that would be important.
2 minutes. Okay. Thank you. All right, Jenny. So this is your opportunity to summarize for us, maybe fill in any gaps that we didn't ask questions about. Your time.
Sure. One of the questions was about fitting all the meetings and emails and everything in your schedule. And again, I think hopefully I've been demonstrating that over the last couple of months because I've been in pretty much every meeting. I've missed academic achievement. I really wanted to make it into that one because I'm really interested in that. I really want to hear about like the reading programs and the math programs because that's something I'm passionate about. And I mean, honestly, I would love to get, even outside of everything else, I would love to get involved if they're looking for like tutors and things like that. So from the community. So like I said, I've been really wanting to get that committee, but I've been to the different committees. I've seen kind of what happens in them. So I feel comfortable, committing to, attend those meetings. And again, there's issues. I've seen them. I'm not scared. I don't have any apprehension about putting in my name as somebody to consider for this position. Will it be easy? No. But I'm not afraid of a challenge. And I don't think that this isn't something that I could handle. So,
Jenny, I apologize. I didn't flip the page over. We have one last question: is when voting on issues, are you always willing to put learning first and give priority to what's best for children?
Absolutely. The job is basically to ensure that there's safe and effective learning environment for all the students here. So absolutely, I would not hesitate to do what's in the best interest of the students.
Thank you. Sorry, didn't flip the page. All right. I think that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Okay, moving on with our process.
we have the opportunity for candidate selection and then approval. Sue, I'm going to ask you if you would also keep track as we go through, but if you would call board members and they can give their first choice and their second choice.
Sure. Ready?
I think so.
Okay. Kim Winter.
My first choice would be Jennifer Wolcast, and my second choice would be Jessica Lene.
Ken.
First choice, Jenny. Second choice, John.
Chuck.
First choice, Jenny Walgast. Second choice, Jessica Lene.
Autumn.
My first choice is going to be Jenny, and second choice, John.
Andrea.
Jessica, and second choice.
And that leaves Carrie.
Oh, sorry. Jessica Lene is my first choice and John is my second. Kim, can you confirm yours, please?
Jennifer is my first choice, and Jessica Lene is my second.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you. All right.
I would Swartz Creek, so it's in the 90s. Well, we actually had a real
Yes, please.
Okay. I have John Knickerbocker with 4 points, Jessica Lene with 6 points, and Jenny Walgus with 8 points.
That's what I have. All right. Do I have a motion in here?
There's a resolution in there.
Yeah, sorry, resolution. All right. All right. I would entertain a motion for the approval of Jenny Walgast as our candidate.
So moved.
Support?
Support.
Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, Sue, I'm going to read the resolution. Whereas a vacancy has been caused on this Board of Education by reason of resignation, and whereas this Board of Education has by law the authority to fill a vacancy for the unexpired term thereof, now therefore be it resolved by a majority vote of all the remaining members of the Board of Education of the Swartz Creek Community School District that Jennifer, do you want to go by Jennifer? Jenny Wolgast be and hereby is appointed to serve as a member of the Board of Education of this school district for the unexpired term of Alyssa Bouchard ending on December 31st, 2026. Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
Motion passes. Congratulations, Jenny. Okay, go ahead.
Welcome to the board. I want to
Sue?
add to Jessica that all the candidates were great. I'd like to make that quick comment that all the candidates were great, although we didn't have as many as last time, but all of them are highly qualified. Fortunately, one can get. Thank you for coming to the interview
I also
process.
want to echo that it's not easy. These are all busy folks too, but so it's a lot of time on your schedule to take away. But I also appreciate the effort that everybody put in. I think at this time we are going to swear Jenny in.
Sure.
So Jenny, do you have anybody to take pictures? So we'll have Sue officially swear you in.
Okay. All right. So I'm a notary, so just want to let you know. All right. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this state. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this state. And that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of the member of the Board of Education at Swartz Creek Community Schools. And that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of member of the Board of Education at Swartz Creek Community Schools, Genesee County, Michigan, according to the best of my ability.
Did you want to join us? All right. Is the seat okay? Okay. It doesn't get hot too often. Good. All right. Next on our agenda, we have the official response to Moorish proposal. I'm going to ask Mr. Kitchen to make some comments.
Yes, during our last meeting, we talked about some ideas that you wanted me to use to respond to FGIA. And so I just wanted to get that down officially and then what you would like me to share with FGIA in response.
So I'll open the floor. At our last meeting, I'm pointing at you, Ken. I'm starting down here.
I got scolded the other day for not turning this on. I apologize. I think in reference that we go back to negotiations and ask for more money in reference to the cost, either purchasing property and or building a new building or additions, no matter what we choose to do. I think the timeline will play a factor in extra costs. And right now we're not at a break-even point. Once we pay costs back that we have and the cost of the new building, if we took the one that has been proposed at $39 million, we're already in the red. So obviously the funding right now is not sufficient, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. The funding is not sufficient and the occupancy as well. I believe that was another thing that we spoke about, and I believe that does need to be changed. I did look through it, and it did look like it was okay. There was something about, I got to see if I can see. Under the purchaser's right to inspect, it does say the language in there already says that it can't unreasonably interfere with or permit unreasonable interference with any person occupying or providing service at the property. So I think that would cover them not coming in while students or even staff are present. But I mean, if you needed something, if the lawyer suggested something more substantial or more specific, that might be a good idea to have in there as well.
And I failed to mention that we have Troon with us. Bill Clark is here. So if there's any kind of clarification or questions we need to ask about the proposal before officially voting on it, he is here to be a resource to us.
And what we're voting on is what we're going to counter with.
Yes.
Okay.
Just the counter.
Anything else, Jenny?
I'm sorry. Just so we have Troon here. Phil Clark is here. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, just a counter proposal.
Jim, anything? Not really on anything different than what Ken and Jenny mentioned, but I'm really concerned about this timeline too, because I don't think that $40 million is going to begin to cover what could potentially happen. So we definitely need to ask that, and also I also disagree with, and I hope this doesn't happen with the they shouldn't be in the building while our students are. That's the other thing.
They being
the people who might buy our school.
Okay. All right. Andrea?
I'm good. Pretty much hashed it all out the last meeting, I thought. So.
We can't hear anything.
I said we hashed it all out at the last meeting, so I mean nothing new.
Is the mic on?
Are you saying?
We hashed it all out at the last meeting. I thought we were just going to vote on it tonight. So, I mean, I have nothing different than the last meeting.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you.
Yeah.
Chuck, did you have anything other than what we discussed last time? More money, longer period of time. There were some options that we had to declare, and having an understanding of those, possibly pushing back on those.
We had those ideas.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that, but that's why I'm a little confused. We're just basically here to vote yes or no on the $40 million. So that's
no the counter offer we talked about last week.
Yeah. Well, what is the counter offer?
I heard a range of.
That's what I want to know before I got to know what the exact counter offer was. Yeah, if one of us.
There was a range of 55 million to 75 million as a requested money, and then 4 years or 5 years of us having vacancy.
I thought we settled on 60.
Yeah, well, we're bouncing back.
60 in 5 years.
5 years to vacate.
Okay.
What we didn't talk about though was the timeline when we expected them to respond. Like they gave us a deadline. If we're going to counter, we have to give them a deadline. We did not talk about that. So, and I know we have to give them time for their lawyers. Just like we take it to our lawyer, they have to take it to their lawyers. So, 60 days. We got to give them a timeline.
60 days for the counter.
So they can respond to us, Kim.
Yes,
I think that's
that's fine.
So when I'm hearing the board say $60 million to 5-year extension, 60 days on a counter offer, and the fourth thing was
there are several options in there that are listed that the board has to indicate what their next steps are.
Yes, and we can push back on that. At this time, how about I invite Phil up to the microphone?
Well, can I go?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But he could be up here today.
Okay.
Answer your questions.
All right. Well, maybe he can answer this. Yeah.
These are costs.
Okay, the escrow, or maybe Andrew, the escrow agreement milestones. Vacation and turnover of the property. Once we vacate, we'll get the escrow balance, including interest income, but we less the escrow agent fees. How much do those normally run?
Escrows can't gain interest,
It says including interest income.
but they can't. When the title company holds the escrow, they're a non-interest bearing account. They can't make $5,000. They cannot make interest on the money they're holding on escrow. We can make money on money we get the day of closing, the 35 million, or whatever we agree upon. But what they hold in escrow,
Okay.
it's a non-interest bearing account.
Okay. So the escrow balance? What does that mean then? Like including interest income less escrow agent fees.
As far as I know, there wouldn't be any.
There hasn't been any escrow fees discussed. 5 million would be the minimum that would be left in escrow, but it would be plus interest. We don't have any indication about escrow agency fees at this time.
Okay.
Nothing's specified in this agreement. This agreement that you referenced is going to be with all three parties: the district, Maple and Hill, Fajia, and the escrow agent.
Okay. So we have no idea how much that would cost.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. But as Trustee Fick mentioned, they don't get any interest. They don't get part of the $5 million. It's not like a percentage-based deal.
Well, it says less escrow agent fees. So it says escrow balance of $5 million, including interest income less escrow agent fees.
Right. There will be fees. I don't know what those are,
Would
but
that
it's
be
not. It's
taken
not
out of the
percentage.
$5 million then? Because that's just how I'm reading it. I'm not sure.
Right. It's not been discussed.
Right.
That's a good question. How much is the
So who's gonna pay
escrow?
them? I guess is what we need to know is who's going to
Yeah,
pay.
you're absolutely
Well,
right.
it says we'll pay them. It says that they'll get $5 million less the fees.
Right, and those fees aren't specified. So that's
Yeah.
the point of discussion. That's
Yeah.
a good call.
And there's another one. Sorry, I was ready. Oh, the notice in the notice section. That's section 9.30, I think it is. I'm not the best at Roman numerals, but
I'm sorry, 9.3 of the escrow agreement or the purchase agreement?
the purchase.
Okay.
The notice.
Yeah, notice. I would just ask that the board be copied on that notice in that part. And maybe I'm getting too nitty gritty, but I think that
Just to bear information. If we counter offer this now, Phil, do all those details have to be done now, or can they be done later? Because Autumn has a valid concern about the cost. I mean, it could cost us $1 million. They could say, so our 5 million turns into 4 million or 3 million or whatever. Maybe only 10,000. I know it's going to be a lot more than that.
Sure.
But does that have to be spelled out now, or should we wait till we make the counter offer and see if they accept it? Yeah, I'm asking hypothetically. So
The parties are negotiating right now. It's still going to have to come back to the board for approval. So to answer your question, no, the nitty gritty doesn't have to be finalized in our counter.
as far as the escrow fees, that's what I'm concerned about.
Correct.
Okay.
So basically, if we vote no on this tonight, then it'll go back to negotiations, and then at that point, we'd be brought another proposal to vote on.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep,
just wanted to
exactly.
make sure I was understanding that
Mhm.
correctly. Thank you. Okay, yeah, then I won't worry about all the other nitty gritty typos that are in here. But
That's good that you bring them up.
yeah, there's a few.
There was a point about 60 days you guys mentioned about a counteroffer. I'm not sure if they're posturing or what, but they said December 1st. If they don't have a signed agreement by December 1st, then they're willing to walk away.
They want an offer. They want an answer from us by December 1st
Mm.
on their offer. If we give them a counter offer, we can say they have to answer us. Right. So they gave us we have until December 1st to answer them regardless. Yes, no, counteroffer. When we give a counteroffer, you can say, here's my counteroffer, and now I expect you to answer me by this date.
Okay.
So it moves the timeline to wherever we want
But if you say 60 days, you're going beyond.
it. You can just say December 10th, right, whatever, what day of the month. Yes. And that's what a counteroffer does. It changes the timeline.
Well, wait, is this a counteroffer, or are we just agreeing to go back into negotiations for them to write a new offer, or are we going to write a counteroffer and submit it to them?
That is a counteroffer. Negotiation, it's the same thing.
What?
I mean, you're saying the same thing. The counteroffer is negotiating.
We're saying, no, we don't. I think and it is a little confusing. We're not accepting the 40 million. We're going to make a counter offer at whatever price we agreed on, 60 million or whatever it was. And we're going to put a date on them. That's the way, yeah. So we're going to put a 30-day date on them. We'll do 30 days. The reason why I say that is because then they have 30 days to get back with us because if his December 2nd deadline is part of it. Okay, go ahead.
You're not hearing it right. They gave us a date to answer their offer. We give them a counter offer. We can move that timeline and give them 60. They have to do the same thing we had to do with Phil. They have to take it back to Tyler doesn't get to make that decision. He's got to take it back to his group and their lawyers. Am I wrong? I mean, he just can't make that decision. He's got to take it up with people as well. So we give them a deadline for them to answer our counter offer.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's accurate. But it's my understanding that if they didn't have a signed contract by December 1st,
they want to close by December 1st.
No, they're going to walk.
No, they're going to walk.
Yeah. That's closing. Closing by December 1st is what they want to do. Not get an answer then.
Well,
so there's a closing date and an answer date. So they want an answer from us, but all of that is negotiable, right? They can say like, hey, if we don't having a signed agreement by December 1st is different than closing.
Right.
Right.
But is my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, they want a signed agreement. They want the parties to be on the same page by December 1st. Right. Otherwise, they're going to walk away.
Well, I'm not going to rush it
That's
either.
Fine too. They'll give them 45 days. I'm just saying it does move the timelines. We counter their offer. It's a counter offer to their whole offer. Yeah. They can turn around and give us an answer before December 1st. They have that option.
The December 1st date's not in the agreement. It was just in an email to Superintendent
So
Kitchen.
they can answer us by December 1st if they want. I'm just saying it would be nice to give them time like they gave us time, right? Like they got to crunch their numbers too. We could tell them 2 days. I mean, we can tell them whatever we want. But when we give a counter offer, we move that timeline. But they haven't said like, whatever. It's all negotiable. All the things are negotiable that we can ask about the escrow fees. I did call Cisco Title and asked if they would hold $5 million for 5 years. I mean, they don't typically hold escrows for years on end. Right. They hold an escrow while you sell your house. I'm going to hold back money until you move out. When you move out, the money's going to go. It's 90 days at most, typically. So they're not used to holding money for 5 years. So I called them and asked them if there was no mention in that conversation of any escrow fees. Like, hey, yes, we'll hold it, but it's going to cost you X amount of dollars. So it didn't come up, but I didn't clarify that. But I can.
I'd be shocked if they. I'd be shocked if they held fees in escrow for 5 years for free.
They can't make interest on it, so I can't imagine they would hold fees. I've never heard of them doing that. But again, as a lawyer, you're covering all your bases, right? You're saying all of the things that might possibly come up. So, but I can make that phone call and get you guys an answer, right? Pick the phone and call Cisco Title and Grand Blanc that's doing their work and ask them.
Where's the email at that says December 1st? We're back to where we started this conversation about a month ago or 2 months ago.
It was an
missing email.
No, it was an email forward to you with the proposal.
Okay. So then the 7 of us all missed. Oh, sorry. 6 of us all missed that. Because we're all shaking our head at you. Not that you're wrong, but we're all shaking our head at you. And then my other question is who's negotiating this? Now we sent Jim. Andrea's making phone calls, and you have a role in this. Who's negotiating?
I made a phone call to the title company just to ask if, like I said, I do this every day. They hold escrows for like 90. They don't hold escrows for years on end. I was curious if they would even hold $5 million for 5 years.
Okay.
No negotiation with anyone. I called the title company that's listed in here, found the person that was dealing with it, and asked them that question because it was a big deal, right? Everyone's doing this negotiations, but anyone asked Sislo if they would hold that kind of money for 5 years? It's a big chunk of money in a non-interest bearing account to ask a third party to hold.
I would have expected Tyler to ask that before he made the offer, though. Because I mean, you
Maybe,
would
I'm
put
just-
something in writing if you hadn't talked to the people ahead of time and made sure that they're able to do that.
Maybe, but again, they're holding these escrows for a short amount of time, typically.
I haven't had any direct contact with Tyler after the revised purchase agreement was made. It was sent to Superintendent Kitchen. I think board members were copied on that, or you had forwarded to them. So, just so you know, I'm not. I haven't been negotiating anything with them.
No, I'm not saying but you've got your hand in this, and so you're reading something that 6 of us missed.
I think everybody here knew it was December 1st. Anybody here not know that we had to respond by December 1st?
It's not. No, it's not the December 1st. It's the clarification of what December 1st is. Is it? It's a. He's telling us that if it's not a done deal by then, they're going to walk.
That's what it says.
We're under the
signed agreement.
Right.
We're under the impression that we can send a counter offer. So which one is it?
Anyone can send a counter offer, Ken. They want an answer, but I'm just saying when we give a counter,
I understand it. I understand it, but we're not answering his question. He just sat here and told us that if we're not done by December 1st, it's done. Am I right?
That's how I read that email.
Okay, that's different than a counter offer. So we can make. I agree with you. We can make a counter offer, but we have till December 1st, correct?
Well, I mean, it's not in the agreement though. Like, how can they really hold us to it if it's just like a note in a body of an email? Or like, you'd think that if it was
why we're paying the lawyer, I don't know.
Due back by December 1st, then that would make it more official. Like,
right, the agreement itself does not contain an expiration date. It was in the email, and again, I don't know if it's posturing or you're trying to get you guys to act, but I just want you to be aware of the December 1st date.
I appreciate that because I'll take the other 5 of them out of it. I missed that if that's the way it's actually worded. There, I'll pick on me.
Okay.
But no one else seems to know what the heck you're talking about. So your interpretation as our legal representation, if we do not accept and have a deal on the table of some kind, not a counteroffer, a done deal by December 1st, they're going to walk. Is that accurate?
That's how I read that email. But again, the email wasn't to me, so it's obviously a point worth clarifying.
I'm
saying it's worth clarifying with Tyler. Yeah.
The email came out on September 5th. You did get it. And it says, blah, blah, blah. Therefore, we need to have a purchase agreement signed by the end of December 1st, 2025, or else we will have to rescind the offer. It's not formally in the offer. It's in an email.
Well,
but that's a counter offer is a response.
Okay.
Is all I'm
And
saying.
we don't want this offer anyway. None of us want this offer. So we don't care if this offer gets rescinded, right?
Right.
So we don't care.
Nope.
So I'm not saying any offer. They're saying this offer. And we don't want this offer. So fine. Let it happen.
But why wouldn't we give them a counter?
Well, no, I'm saying we are going to give them a counter. I'm just saying this particular offer. We're not tied to this offer as written. So we don't care if this offer as written expires because we want to counter with a different one. So we don't care about the December 1st date because we don't want this offer. Right?
Can I just ask a question? So if we counter, does that or does it not extend past there? Maybe Andrea says it doesn't. I mean, I would think he would know.
I thought I've answered it 5 times. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so it would extend
they have
past.
to answer our offer.
It would.
They want an answer on their offer by December 1st. We would give them a counter offer. We would say we want an answer on the counter offer by this date. That's in writing. It's a counter offer. That's a date. Now it's part of the purchase agreement process. It's not in their purchase agreement. We would now make it part of it when we give them a counter offer.
Yeah. Are we going to have to vote on the counter offer too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So
that's what we're supposed to be doing tonight.
So we're going to write one up and vote on it tonight.
So
No, I think I'm sorry, Jenny, but
Or-
the terms were what we were voting on.
yeah, I was gonna say, do we even have a number? Because I've heard a bunch of different numbers talked about even right here. And it seems like in one of the other discussions, we kind of talked about the fact that we don't even know what we want to do with the money. And so we don't know how much money we need. And we have other committees that are tasked with deciding what we're doing, how much it will cost, things like that. So can we even come up with a good number for this counter offer until we've done some more work in the other committees? Because we're just right now kind of throwing numbers at a dartboard, or darts at numbers on a board, and none of us really have an idea what we would really want.
And at the conclusion of this meeting, we talk about construction. That's the follow-up to this, correct?
I'm just saying, I don't know.
Yeah,
if
but
we need to
that's
say a
still
number
coming
right now.
after. I think the point she was making was that that's still going to come after we determine a price in this counter offer.
Right. We're putting the cart before the horse right now. We don't know what number we want. So why are we talking about this right now?
So I'm going to suggest that we take note of everybody's examples that we would like to include in a counter. And then we can go to our construction committee where we have the architect from French who worked on the model that we saw earlier. And we can have some additional conversations there. I do want to make good use of Phil's time. I did have a question that's kind of been haunting me a little bit about our 3 choices or 4 choices that they were giving us. It's the pre-closing choices. Pre-closing election, section 4.2, be on page 3 of the newer proposal. It basically says that we have to select at least 30 days prior to closing. And seller shall notify in writing whether it will elect to A, construct a new facility or its operations, B, build out an existing facility that it purchases or leases to house its operations, or C, merge its operations that existed at the property as of closing with another existing school in the applicable school district. So those are requirements as it exists right now.
Right. I thought it was kind of a foregone conclusion that you build a new facility.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think that's why we're having our construction meeting following this to continue talking about what the potential options might be into and up, including, purchase of property and a building. We have an architect who will join us who can kind of give some insight on the square footage that was discussed. And but this was not, as far as I recall, in the original. Not to this.
Is that normal, Andrea, for the purchaser to demand what the seller's going to do with the money?
Yeah, this isn't a normal purchase agreement.
Okay.
And I brought this up at the last meeting, and I thought maybe it was a good question for you. I brought it up at the last meeting that maybe we as a school district had to say where the money was going, kind of like bond money. I was told we did not. We had that option. So, yeah.
So that doesn't even need to be in here?
Right. Yeah. I mean, they have no say over what we do with that money. It's not.
Right.
Why is it in there?
Okay, so I just wanted to make clear that there wasn't any.
That's a good point. I mean, the last iteration of the agreement, had the milestones for the purchase price based on new construction of a building. So yeah, that is a different.
Okay, I know
provision.
There was not a lot of similarity there.
Yeah, so I'd like that struck then, right? Like, how are we keeping note of all of these? Or do you have notes going, or I don't know, how are we supposed to do this so we know what we're taking back to them?
I'm jotting down some notes that I can reread at the end to see, but I think there's probably some official note taking here.
What? I didn't hear. Okay.
Well, I have two right now. that
Okay.
I think you guys have settled on 5 years to extension on the building.
Okay.
60 days for them to respond to us, but you guys have had more discussion on that. So
Yeah.
I guess I'm going to need something clear.
Okay.
And then removing what piece?
4.2 from the
Remove
purchase agreement.
4.2.
Pre-closing election.
Pre-closing election?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was like a dollar amount specified.
Absolutely.
For
Escrow agent fees.
But
Closing costs.
yeah. Exhibit B, section D.
Bill, are they responsible, they being the purchaser, are they responsible for closing fees?
Let's see here.
They would pay them, I think. I'm just going off memory, but I thought it said in there that they would pay the closing costs.
Yeah, that's in section 406. Will be paid exclusively by the purchaser.
But it doesn't define in detail what those look like.
Well,
there's closing costs. But.
They're closing costs that the title company will compile for recording the deed, for the cost on their end for title insurance.
Transfer taxes to the state and county.
Right.
And that's not our responsibility. So I guess I don't care how much they cost if we don't have to pay it. If they've agreed to cover it.
Yeah, and obviously that is an advantage for the district. I mean, normally closing costs are split 50-50 in standard transactions. You disagree?
Each party has their own separate cost. You as a seller pay transfer taxes. I as a buyer might be paying cash. So I don't have the same closing costs that you do. I don't. If I'm doing a mortgage, I have mortgage costs.
No,
it's not split 50-50, but
the closing costs. Okay, the closing costs charged by the title company in order to close are 50-50. Title insurance, yeah, it's usually the seller's responsibility.
Okay. I have another one for the due diligence period on page 2 of the purchase and sale agreement. Okay. So purchaser shall have unconditional right for any reason or no reason whatsoever to terminate this agreement prior to the expiration of the due diligence period upon delivering written notice to seller. And then if they elect to terminate the agreement as provided, the title company shall return the deposit to the purchaser and this agreement shall terminate. Okay, so basically, if they decide that they're going to pull out, we get nothing. So this is hypothetical, but let's say we go and buy a new land or start expanding on one of our existing buildings or what have you, and this says within 90 days, but so I guess don't spend any money within the first 90 days. Don't start any projects. But what about our attorney fees? We don't get those back either. Anytime we've called the attorney in to consult us on reviewing these documents, we're just out that money. So I think that they should at least reimburse us for those because that's a cost we wouldn't have unless.
You want them to reimburse us right now for the cost we're paying?
No, I want if the due diligence period. I'm still talking about the same part.
Yeah, and I would agree. Like any other fees that we've been paying right now for French or anybody else to give us, more information about costs for building or expanding or anything like that. So any of our fees, so lawyer fees, any of the other consulting fees, if they do take advantage of this due diligence period and rescind the offer, that they're responsible for reimbursing us for any of our costs associated with this project.
Yeah.
We just make their deposit of $100,000 non-refundable. I'm just saying we can do a deposit once upon acceptance of the offer. They do $100,000 non-refundable deposit.
Would that cover those costs that we just listed? As long as the amount that we.
I don't know, Phil, is that going to cover your costs?
I don't know what you paid the other consultants, but
not
I'm
now.
just saying.
Well, a good question to that is how much money are we already on the hook for having 3 estimates of a building being built with Lurvy and the other 2, French, and with Troon? Does anyone even know how much money we've already spent? And I bet the answer is no.
That was Tyler that spent that money, though, not us.
So we have Tyler building a building for us? We haven't.
He researched it for us.
He didn't have their cost, though, right? Okay. So we have some cost. And this is, I don't know why we don't simplify this. Is a rental agreement, timeline, a cost, what goes in our pocket, what goes in the escrow. All these other things that we're talking about, I don't think any of those benefit us.
Right.
And they should be removed. And I'm not blaming you, Phil, but as you, as the district attorney or Troon, you should take a pen and wipe everything out of that agreement that does not benefit us. So I really think maybe you should eat what you've done for a cost, go back to that agreement and start scratching everything out that does not benefit us. Because Autumn has picked up on something that you guys didn't even pick up on. Nor did I. I don't do that for a living, though.
What part? About them walking through the building?
No, the interest in the escrow, or the cost in the escrow. There's an unknown cost. We don't know what it is. We all agree to that. So, I would really like to see you guys go through there and wipe everything out that does not benefit Swartz Creek Community Schools.
Yeah.
And if they don't like that agreement, then I guess we don't have an agreement.
No, I'm happy to do that. I only authorized to summarize for you. So happy to go back and redline it for them and negotiate directly with them.
I understand, and this is, I think, as a board with you, this is our first conversation as a group of us, correct? About this. You probably talked to Jim, and I don't know if you've talked to anyone else. You might have talked to Rod, but I mean, you've not spoke to the board.
That's correct.
Okay. That's what I'm saying is now the 7 people that have a vote you're here talking to, and so yeah, you're getting beat up on all over again, and I apologize for that. But I mean, that thing should read so that it's beneficial to us, and then fire this back to them. Yeah, I mean, when you guys sit and read that, anything that does not benefit Swartz Creek should be wiped out.
So Phil, we also have the bond principal repayment to consider as part of our additional dollars that we've requested. That's $2.5+ million at this point. And does that continue to accrue as time goes on? It wasn't stated in there what the interest or anything else that we would have to pay.
Depends on.
Okay, so it's on the vacation of the building. We also have insurance for Moorish to be paid, and our
The proposed agreement, as I put in my summary, says that the district is responsible for maintaining property insurance.
which our current insurer will not insure a building that we don't own that are leasing. So there would have to be some consideration for the potentially excessive cost of getting either repaying premiums or whatever that process looks like.
Exactly. Yeah, either private through another insurance carrier, or they buy the
Compensate. Okay. And we've already talked about land and sewer and electricity and roads and all the other costs that we're going to potentially incur. I'm just saying these things because if we're going to go back to the drawing board, these are things that we've talked about, that if we have to address it in language, we need to do that. Then the legal fees were discussed, and any repairs that we might have to do to the building prior to leaving it. We don't want those to be excessive because we don't know what the use of the building will be. Anything else that comes to mind if we're going to ask Phil to go back through and
Who is going to look into the private insurance and how much it costs, and if we can even do it? That might be the thing that kills the whole deal. If we can't get insurance, if there is not somebody that is willing to insure us as a school district in a building that we are renting because it's a unique situation. It might not exist. So who's
Is
going
there renter's insurance? We talked about that at our last meeting.
right? But
You know,
we're a unique
not an apartment
entity. So who's going to look into that?
Is there a chance that you can, poor choice of words, but is there a chance we sell it hypothetically as a land contract where we hold the property and then when they give us that final payment, whatever that would be,
Then we transfer title.
then it's theirs, but it's still our property, so we can keep it on our insurance? I don't do insurance either.
Yeah, I mean, we would be able to insure because we still own.
That's what I'm saying. If we kept as the owner of the property until the final payment, then we could keep insurance on it. And at the end of the deal there, 3 years now, 4 years now, 5 years now, when they make the final payment, then we transfer the property over at that point rather than transfer it over at the beginning of the sale.
Yeah, we can definitely propose that.
with a similar cost to what we pay on that building now. You know, I don't know what the premium is for Moorish.
And we
but
give them a
something
final
similar.
date. You know, if the final date is this is when it becomes theirs, no questions asked. You know, so they don't have, we can't hold it back from them. What's 25? So January 1st, 2029. I don't like making that up. That it becomes their property with their final payment to us. And we can insure it from this point till then.
Yeah, that's a possibility, but obviously we wouldn't get as much money up front for the new construction of the school if that's what.
Why wouldn't we?
Because you're changing it to a land contract over a purchase.
I'm just changing the day they receive a deed. They're receiving that property on that date no matter what. I'm just holding the deed back so I can keep or owning the property back so I can keep insurance on the building. On that date, it becomes their property when they make the final payment. There's no questions asked. They're getting the property. It's just I'm not giving it to them up front so we can maintain insurance on the property.
Can see what they say. It would be unusual for them to go for that, but yeah, I mean, we could propose that certainly. If they're going to pay $35 million, though, just to level with you, they're not going to, leave us the title to the property. Okay. But it's worth an ask. I think it's worth an ask.
And then buy into their insurance if we can, or get rental insurance if we can. And I know that's not necessarily their decision, but it may be.
If it's a land contract,
we
still hold title.
I'm going back.
So the difference with the land
I'm talking
contract.
hypothetical for the land contract. It wouldn't be a land contract. The deal would be done. It's just the final date of it would be to transfer the property on that date instead of the date of purchase. I mean, there's an end date for them. They just don't own the property until that date. I mean,
yeah, it's worth an ask.
I mean, I guess if we're sitting in the building, they're not doing anything with it. Correct?
Correct. I just think they wouldn't give you $35 million.
He's just saying hypothetically, they're not going to do it. They're not going to give you all your money up front.
Let me explain the land contract for you. I own a house.
Not going to have it.
You want to buy my house. I let you buy it on a land contract. You move in. Mm-hmm. You do improvements. You do all the things. I'm just your bank.
Right.
I'm not going to occupy that house while you still pay me. That's how a land contract works. Right. So I don't think that's the right term to use.
No, I'm using that as a hypothetical that we're still keeping the property.
Our goal is to get cost-effective insurance in case something were to happen to the building.
Or just be able to insure it, maybe.
Right. That's my question. Right. Who does this? I mean, I think we need to decide that right now. Like,
why don't you have the financial director tomorrow? She's the one that pays the bills. Yeah. And have her call our insurance carrier and see what we can work out with them. It's a simple fix. Yep. That's it. And if they say no, which they've already said somewhat no, then you ask them, can the person that is buying our property purchase insurance for us, what Carrie wants? If that is so true, then Phil, you put it in your little contract there saying that you will guarantee that the school district can purchase insurance through you at this rate. That way we don't get hooked.
Yeah, exactly.
That's that simple.
In my answer to them, there's nothing normal about this.
No, it's
The
not.
state never gives anyone $250 million to buy property. No one gives anyone $40 million for a school that's probably not worth $5 million. So there's nothing normal about this. So to have one more thing that isn't normal, I don't think is that unreasonable. I mean, there's nothing normal about this.
You don't buy a house and then you
Right.
sell your house and then you still live in the house for 5 years.
Right. Yeah, there's nothing normal.
You know what? That's a good point. Hold on a minute. Hold on just one moment. I know some people that signed some non-disclosure agreements, which I didn't find about till recently.
That's true.
Yeah. Let's get the facts out here, because nobody wants to hear the facts. I still got the emails, and I've simplified it for my board. 3 emails here and 6 emails here that explains everything I've been talking about for the 5 months that I've exposed this. Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
Even one of our workers here sold her house and had possession of it to let people live in it for several months for free. So, which I didn't know about that till way after the fact when I questioned people about, did we sell, what's going on with it? I didn't find out on May 19th. And we had workers here that sold their property, not here on the board. Let me clarify that. And then they got to use exclusive use of that house, and they let whoever they wanted to live in the damn house. So if they were nice enough to do that to some people that work here that cut the deal, you know what? I don't want to deal with anybody, because it sounds like this is all pigs and shit. Because some private owner gets this, but the district doesn't get this.
What is it that we're not getting? I guess I'm missing.
Well, what I'm saying is it sounds like it's going to be difficult to do that. And I know workers here that sold property that got to keep possession of their house for several months. They got to live in it for free.
Difficult to do what? Clarify.
The land contract. Getting insurance. How did their insurance work? Does anybody know? Oh, wait a minute. Non-disclosure with our employees. So we don't know.
How exactly.
So maybe you can find out. Call up and ask them.
I don't have to ask anyone.
Okay, then. Well, I'm just telling you what. This is a fact that happened already.
When Phil sells his house, and if he wants to live in it after closing,
that's traditional.
He gets renter's insurance. It's a structure. I was talking. It's a private residence. This is a school. It is not the same. You're comparing apples and watermelon seeds, right? They're not the same. That is a different circumstance.
I disagree. Why can't we get renter's insurance?
I don't know. Take that up with the rental insurance company.
The insurance,
not for us to deal with.
But part of that, the insurance isn't the topic. The topic is this group has already allowed people to do what I just suggested.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
That's it's not like
you summarize.
Like I'm a little outside the box here, but I'm really not, because it's already been done. We're just asking for years instead of months.
To do what? To live there for free?
To reside in our
building.
school.
But they're giving us that. I guess I don't get your point. The question is about insurance, not about them giving us time to stay there.
Well, they're saying that if you bend, sorry, can I? Okay, like if you're gonna bend the norm for some people, then why can't you bend the norm to accommodate us to get insurance?
That's not their place to get us insurance. Those residents, had to get their own insurance. That the Genesee Economic Group didn't get them insurance.
And if we keep possession of the property, we can get insurance. That's all we're asking.
Right.
Is to keep possession
with them, though. They aren't the ones that sell insurance. Allstate sells insurance.
Nobody's saying that they sell insurance.
That's what I'm trying to clarify here.
Nobody's saying that.
If we still keep ownership of the building until the final payment is made January 1st, 2029, we can still get insurance.
Okay, what does that have to do with the homeowners that have sold their house then? I guess that we just went totally off topic there.
And we also lose
that rules were bent.
What rules were bent?
The normal, not rules, but the norm of selling and buying property.
Yeah, there's no norms in this.
We also at that point will have lost the value of that $35 million if we don't get all of it. If they come back to us and say, then I'm not giving you the $35 million up front because you don't want to give us the title.
Sure.
We could lose interest.
It's a topic.
That's exactly right.
It's a topic to talk about.
I think there are options that we can talk about. Insurance. There's another penalty for non-vacation of the property. I can't imagine why we wouldn't leave the building. But in this latest purchase agreement, it's a $250,000 a month charge that they would charge us versus the annual charge of $120 that they currently have in there, because they would want us out. So I think we have to be careful about what we wish for here in terms of, the 35 million may be drastically lowered if we were to be maybe unreasonably demanding in terms of a title.
So you just want to, never mind. I don't know if
Just an idea for us to easily keep insurance on the building.
I understand.
Yeah,
I
so,
absolutely understand. But I think we should look at all of our options there. SETSEG might say, well, for this, we'll charge you a higher premium.
Yeah.
And
that's fine.
And so I don't know that we've exhausted all of our options.
I agree. Totally agree.
I think Ken's just proposing another idea.
Yeah.
So
hit it from different angles.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go back to our original proposal. What's going to be our counter offer?
Here's my thing. Are we going to wait till he redlines I don't know why I called it redline, but strikes everything that doesn't benefit us?
Well, that can all be changed, I think, if we come to an agreement with the price and the terms.
There's no timeline on that.
Because we still have to agree to those things. So if we want to do the 60 million, like we talked about the other day, 5 years, that gets that part of it. The rest, that's fine detailing.
Okay.
That's what we said.
I think that this has been cut apart so much that I don't think this is something that we'd be able to vote on tonight. Because we don't have a number, we have all kinds of things we want in redline. We even proposed like a drastic redlining. Well, I'm using redlining. If that's not the right word, I apologize. But we're proposing a drastic revision. So none of us have any idea what that's going to look like. So
that's a good point, Jenny. We came here tonight thinking we were going to consider everything that was discussed at the last meeting. And we've gone in a different direction.
Yeah, and they might come back and not accept our offer anyways. We don't even know yet.
Well, then a quick suggestion is: do we have enough time to put this off to next Wednesday, Jim? And Phil, do we have enough time?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would urge the board just to authorize negotiations with this party, either through Superintendent Kitchen or myself or both.
We did that already, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we did. But if you want to bring him on with me,
okay.
So be it.
I haven't been privy to any negotiations here. Just
okay, and it has to be in the public eye.
Yeah.
Those negotiations here.
Okay.
So where are you guys going to hold them at? How are they going to be conducted?
Yeah, there's not attorney-client privilege, right?
Yeah, I kind of want to know that part. See, this is why we're behind the sandbag, because these emails here said there was negotiations back in December, and the board was well aware of it, which I don't know anything about it except for these 3 board memos that don't say nothing about negotiations. So
Did we vote on having? Sorry.
We're behind the 8 ball, and we're trying to play catch up. So we look like the Keystone Cops here. We're trying to play catch up, and I just want to make sure we follow the law. It's done and open. And if you two are negotiating, how's that done and open? I'm just asking. Phil?
Because we're going to tell him what to counter.
Because the counter would be brought to the board.
Okay.
At that point, it's public.
Okay. All right. I'm good with that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, we could have Jim go back to Tyler and say verbally, like, the board voted last night, they want to counter you on 60 million in 5 years. So he could start working on that with his team. And I'm sorry, I thought I was talking. I didn't know it was public comment time. It's just kind of getting annoying. So we could do that. We could have him go back to them and say, what about these terms here? And kind of get a feel for them, because they might come back and say, okay, instead of 60 million, we can do this amount, right? We could authorize him to do that. That's what we voted on. We could make that.
I'm okay with that.
But we don't know what number. We don't know what number to authorize him with, though. We don't have any numbers. We need to decide what our counter is going to be and what our bottom line is going to be, because obviously there's going to be some back and forth. They're not going to see our new number and be like, oh, yeah, we like that number. We're going to take it. So we also have to decide when they come back, how low are we willing to go?
Well, we don't want to do that now. This is a public.
Right. I don't.
Tell what our bottom line is
I'm
now,
just
but
saying
yeah.
that neither of those numbers have been decided yet. So I don't think we can authorize anybody to go and talk to Tyler about specific numbers because we haven't decided what those numbers are.
But we kind of did at the last meeting. I thought we talked about $60 million.
There were numbers thrown around.
Which
I
are-
don't think
yes,
anybody.
very-
There wasn't anything like this is the
There was
number we
no-
are going to use.
Right, because we were decided.
Right.
Them tonight. We were going to vote on it tonight based on what we talked about last time.
Well, what's the number? Again, we
We
talked
don't know
about.
$60 million in 5 years. That's what we talked about. Sue, was that in your notes from last time?
Okay.
There was 55 to 75 with 60 being the in between.
It was a
Yeah.
range. You guys didn't give a solid number, and you were going to discuss it this time.
How do you do that without construction?
Right.
Excuse me. So
Does anybody know how much stuff costs to justify that 60 million?
Well, the person who's joining us at our next meeting can give us some insight.
So we shouldn't just say 60 now until we get that insight, I think is what Jenny's trying to
So
say.
if we're going to hold off on that, we have to look at some schedules, not right now, maybe at the end of this construction meeting. But when we reconvene and talk about serious numbers, and we're asking Phil to go through with a fine tooth comb, correct? And answer some of the questions or at least highlight some of the questions we brought up. You know, Ken had some ideas. We have the insurance issue, all the other things. But we do need to, at some point, fill in the blank what these dollars are without inadvertently risking the interest money that we could be gaining while we're planning our.
That's a strong consideration, Karen. I'm with you on that. I'm not going to lose the interest. In fact, Andrea brings up an excellent point. And I'm glad that she, just called on her own, not to negotiate, but just to find out what escrow company in their right mind holds $5 million for 5 years.
For free.
What happens if that escrow company goes out of business? What happens if where they got the money at absconds with it? That's our money once it's put in escrow. So that's a huge thing that I think set me off. Where does that money sit? Do they sit it in something that's guaranteed? Is it Michigan, safe sites or whatever that is we use for municipalities? I got to know where $5 million of the district's money is sitting for 5 years because it's in somebody else's hands. They go out of business. They go bankrupt. Something catastrophic happens, and we've got our $35 million in a safe spot. We just lost another $5 million. So it doesn't matter what interest we made. I like that idea. Not many, but I like that idea that we got to figure out.
It's held by Sislo title. That's what their contract says. So Sislo is holding it in their account.
Right.
Sislo
And absconds, bankrupts. I'm nothing against them. Yeah,
absolutely. But that's why
they put it. Yeah, I'm glad you did this. I'm complimenting.
Would you do
so you
that,
put it in
right?
5 different companies, but they all go bankrupt, and we lost $5 million because they're going to say we gave you the money. It was an escrow. Blame the escrow company. So Phil, you need to kind of look into that to see who has guaranteed escrow money, so we don't, there's some type of guarantee.
The title company is an insurance company, just so you know.
I know that they're holding the money.
Right.
Okay, somebody's holding our $5 million. I don't trust them. Okay, Andrea, without some guarantees. It's that simple. And you brought it up, and it's a great idea. So I want to know that, Phil, if you can find that answer out.
Got it. Yeah. No, I'll find the answer out.
Phil, just to keep this simple, and I think Chuck summed it up well, I'm going to piggyback off of it. I don't know when this negotiation stuff started. Apparently sometime in 2023. But the board got it brought to their attention in May of this year. And yes, to a degree, we look like the Keystone Cops because one, this is not our livelihood. The only one that comes close to it is Andrea. Close to it. And two, everything we're sitting and thinking about is being thrown at us from different directions. And so the more we dig into this, I think the smarter we become because we keep asking questions. And I don't like the what if world, but this is a complete what if world. And so every time we have a meeting, it seems like we take 2 steps forward and we take another one back. And that's what we just did here tonight. Because now we didn't answer the question about what is a new building going to cost. We haven't answered the question about insurance. Now there's another question about $5 million in escrow. What happens if someone does file bankruptcy? There's that document that, and I'm not blaming you, but when we hand things to our attorney, anything that isn't beneficial to us should just be wiped off. And then we can go back. Well, why'd you remove this? Well, because it didn't benefit us. So then we can start negotiating. Nothing has been negotiated. A group of gentlemen gave a school district an agreement and said, here you go. And now we're cleaning up the here you go. And I don't know that any of us, from down all the way to Dave to the rest of us, none of us do this every day for a living. I'm the dumb cop. It's not what I do for a living. And so we don't look like the brightest people up here, but we're trying by asking questions. So I ask everybody, the public and you, to be very patient with us, because we're learning as we go, and we're trying to protect the best interest of the district along the way, if that makes sense.
And Ken, we can't just pick up the phone and call another district and say, hey, how did it work when you sold your school? There's nobody out there.
No.
There just isn't anybody out there.
This is like someone just created something new. Right. No, this doesn't. It's like I said to Jim the one day, I said, how often does someone walk up and go, hey, we'll give you $40 million for that school? It doesn't happen. It's never going to happen again. Has your firm ever experienced anything like this?
No.
So, this is a huge, huge learning curve, and I hope everybody is patient with us, and we have to be patient with each other, because hell, we're up here getting mad at each other, and we're all in the same boat, So, be patient, and I'll try to be patient. Everyone else be patient, and we'll get through this.
So here's a proposal. On the 22nd of October, it's a Wednesday, we have new construction committee scheduled at 5 p.m. and a board meeting at 6. I would suggest that we make that our goal, to have some feedback from you based on what we've given you. I think it would be premature, and correct me if anybody thinks differently, it would be premature to vote on something right now. I think we've given you the parameters that we originally identified, but there are others. I went through every word of these purchase agreements, and I'm sure there are still things that are maybe out of the ordinary, because I'm not a real estate agent or a construction person. But if we could do that, and we could either have a meeting before the construction meeting, or change the topic to be back to this, or maybe it's a dual purpose of selling Moorish and new construction committee
on the 22nd.
On the 22nd at 5, and just quickly summarize what we're going to talk about next, which we are not starting yet.
And no presentations or anything, just board business, because I think we have enough of it.
Yeah.
And to our checklist, and please tell me. So he's going to look at cleaning up that. Insurance is on the checklist. Mm-hmm. The escrow question for whoever that is on the checklist.
The escrow.
That $5 million. What happens if someone files bankruptcy? Where did it go? What happens to it? Whoever answers that question, what else was there?
They may have a simple answer to that. They may say, hey, the money's guaranteed, but I want to know that in writing. Yeah.
Sure. The escrow fees was
escrow fees was the other one that Autumn brought up.
Yeah. Yep.
It's not typical, but if you guys want,
and the due diligence to cover
the due diligence to be non-refundable.
Yeah. Well, no, what?
I'm sorry, their deposit to be non-refundable.
So that will cover it,
right? Regardless, after their due diligence point.
That would be acceptable. Yes.
And we may know more at that point, after having this conversation and another conversation about what are those choices, the pre-closing election choices that we've been given, if we were to choose any or any, maybe none. At least we don't know yet.
I think we're doing pretty good. I think Another individual spent 18 months on this, and so far we've spent June, July, August, and September. So, and we're trying to get along with 7 or 8 people here instead of just one. So, you know, like I say, we're really trying.
All right. Would you guys, I mean, I don't know, do you have any connections with the title company to ask those questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean not Sislo specifically,
Well,
but
Sislo is the one they've listed.
as
I'm
an extra.
actually sorry because I'm just catching up because I did like briefly read through this stuff, but obviously not knowing if I'd be sitting up here, I didn't like go through it with the fine tooth comb or anything. But to the point that Autumn made about the closing costs, I'm actually looking at section 4.6 that says closing costs. And it says all closing costs owed to the title company, including but not limited to closing transaction fees, costs associated with title commitment, file insurance policy, all these fees. Basically, it says will be paid exclusively by the purchaser. So I think that covers that they're covering the title fees, unless I'm misreading that.
What she's questioning, escrow in the $5 million that's being held by the title company, any escrow fees.
So that's a different set of title insurance fees because I would
Title insurance is different than an escrow. Title insurance is insurance giving them clear title from us. So the escrow money is held separately by Sislo Title. And just so you know, you want to reach out to Lisa Young at Sislo and Grand Blanc. She's the one who handles all of their deals.
Okay.
I just happen to know that because
it's the same company that does both, though, right? But
what
are they considered different
but
entities?
they are the ones listed in here, and they are the ones that's their contact person.
Okay, because it does say all closing costs owed to the title company.
Right, but escrow is
still
different.
say it,
Right.
even though it's the
Closing
same
costs,
company,
closing
they don't-
costs, the escrow and escrow fees. So
I just knew it was the same company, so I thought maybe it would be covered by that. But yeah, let's.
they mentioned Sislo, and so I reached out and found the girl that's handling their project.
Okay.
Too. So
okay,
just to simplify it for you, so you're not spending 3 hours on the phone trying to get whoever.
Good.
And then you could maybe forward that or add it to the emails.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that.
And that was 4.6 closing costs. Is that what you're referring to?
Right,
Yeah.
but I mean, like I said, it's the same company, but if they're different entities or if they're considered
It's
different,
not different
that's
entities, but
different.
closing costs are one thing. Escrow and escrow fees would be something totally. They typically do not charge escrow fees, but they're typically not holding them for 5 years. That's the difference.
yeah.
Again, this is not what I do every day because this is not an everyday. You'll probably never find another real estate agent that has sold an actively used school building ever. So, but it's a unique situation. And that's why I happen to ask because just thought, would they be willing to do this? Like, we can assume Tyler asked them, but that's a pretty big assumption. Hey, you're holding escrows. Great. Again, there's this everyday thing you might do, but you forget to say, like, that's a lot of money for them to hold for a long time. So,
Okay, so are we in agreement that we can move forward, go on to our next meeting, talk about construction, bring Suzanne in, sorry, and Bill, poor Bill, patiently waiting out there. And Phil, thank you. Please contact Jim if you have any questions that you might have to have
Will
answered.
do.
You can reach out to us. And we appreciate you making the trip here, as always. All right.
Will we finish?
Are we good?
Yeah, we can't go right. Are we going right into the building?
We are going to
Close the meeting, right?
we are actually
Public
we have public comments and we have comments and questions from the board and then adjournment and then we are going into the committee.
And did you share those 7 questions with everybody?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so do I. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I still have them on my email. And I don't know if you told the board members about, but we'll discuss it in a moment.
Okay.
There was 8 important questions I had.
All right. We good to go forward? Everybody?
Yes.
We're just
Public comment.
Okay. Next on our agenda, we have public comments. Anybody who wants to address the board, please come forward and state your name. Keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, please.
Brian Bender again. Phil, there was a meeting on May 22nd. Were you part of that? On video? Yes. Were there previous meetings that you were part of?
use your mic, please.
Sorry. There were previous meetings. Were you anybody from Troon in those meetings?
Previous May 2nd, 22nd.
May 22nd. So there was a meeting that was referred to in that video of November 18th that was brought up by Jamie. Were you aware of that?
Nope.
Well, it's public comment, and this goes back to my point that I believe we have proof that as the attorney, you should be aware that you cannot negotiate in the dark. And on May 22nd, that's happened. And prior to that, there was no agenda to the board. This is the first time the board has actually discussed this. I shouldn't say that, last week. But there was an offer that you guys are referring to that hasn't really been presented publicly yet. This is the second offer. So from a legal standpoint, if you're the district's attorney and you passed the bar, shouldn't you know state of Michigan law?
The presentation is not a negotiation. It was going to be presented to the board in June. That's what was discussed at the May 22nd meeting. That was the first I heard of the proposal.
Did you advise anybody that the board needed to be involved?
No.
Should you have as the lawyer?
No. The board was going to be receiving that information at a public board meeting in June. There was no negotiation. It was a presentation that the superintendent attended as well as Jamie Cohen. So.
Jamie, who had sold her house.
Yes.
In the middle of this mega site.
But there was no negotiation.
Did they discuss different amounts? Did they go back and forth at all? There was just one thing presented.
It did go back and forth because there were different prices that Jamie questioned when you reduced the size of the school. So there was definitely you show that to 100 people, 99, if not 100, will say that was a negotiation.
I don't think it's appropriate that we have someone grilling the lawyer right now.
I would prefer you kept your comments to us. Thank you.
So that meeting, Jim, were you part of that meeting?
I was there, yes.
Okay. And Jamie was there. I saw her. So 2 members of the administration plus a former member of the administration on May 22nd were negotiating. There was a term used, ghost bids. There was a good cop, bad cop term. The following week, Rod was asked if there was an offer, and he said no. What is the board going to do to discipline those involved in those meetings?
Thank you.
Don Ludwig again, Money Township. A little bit that Brian did miss. No, I forgot. Oh, about the meeting taking place. I just reposted it on the Facebook page so everybody can see it. It was a FOIA. It's 54 minutes long. We broke it down into segments. In that video, they said there was Jamie, and I believe her words was, correct my memory if I'm wrong, back in November when we discussed this, and they pulled up a whole screen with all the dollar amounts and all that stuff. So that video I have, if anybody wants to see it, or go to the Megasite page. It's there. With Tyler and the $40 million bid, my conspiracy theories are probably never correct, but from my understanding is they're not going to take more. They're not going to give you more than $40 million. They're going to threaten you with a berm. That's what they're going to tell you. I hope they give you more than $40 million because of the rest of the residents that are still stuck inside that megasite zone. That's going to give us leverage to put the squeeze on them, because if they do for one, they're going to have to do for all. So I really don't think they're going to budge off of that $40 million. With any type of semiconductor plant, battery plant, they're not going to want that school there. That ball is in your guys' hands. So don't let them threaten you and push you guys around. You tell them what you want, because they're not going to listen to you. They're going to try to steamroll you over. For crying out loud, I speak my mind all the time, and I got surveillance cameras sitting in my backyard right now. I have an orange barricade around my house. Why? Because I'm vocal and I tell them like it is. Stand up to them. Nobody will stand up to them. They should not be writing any part of that contract. It should be you guys. You tell them when you want to move, what you want to do, how you want to do it. They had their plan already figured out last November. I think Rod said, we're going to get rid of one of the wings off of the school to save money and put that $1.5 million into the ball field that they want to build at the school. That is not Tyler's decision. That's your decision. Okay? Just remember that. Don't let him come in here and steamroll you because he's going to want to. They're gonna threaten you with that berm. And again, I don't think Taco Bell would want to take that responsibility inside that school zone with any type of factory crossing through Maple Avenue 2 times a day during a school session. There's the school zone, the speed limit drops. Nobody's going to want to take that. So when he tells you that berm, because that's what's going to come, just tell him, nope, we already know it's coming. I mean, these are things that I've seen with residents that have negotiated. They threaten me with a berm. Well, yeah, okay, I'll get a berm. I don't care. But when they do that berm, there is a overlay that protects it. And Maple Avenue has to be the main entrance. So remember that also. The ball's in your court. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, moving on. Board comments?
Hold on. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Shelley.
Sorry, I was looking up a statistic. So, Shelley Thompson, I'm back. Just so you know, according to Google, there are over 12,000 schools in close proximity to hazardous chemical facilities in the United States. So, you as a board had an offer to sell a school. That's your job. It's not to stop the mega site. It's not to put up a berm. We have community members who are already concerned about students going to and from and water quality and all of this. And you're sitting as a board saying, we have the ability to not have our students near it, but we are going to dig in our heels, ask for more, demand more, because of no research that has been done, simply just because we can and we think we should. That is not putting the children first. We have concerns about it. We have concerns about berms. We have concerns about traffic. Moore School has an easement on their property. Our buses have to go on their property. Stop letting all this outside. Do your research. Yes, it's going to be a pain in the butt. You're going to have to do extra work because you have this presented, but you are our board. You have to review. Talk to not just Andrea as a real estate agent. I'm pretty sure all of you know a real estate agent. Call them. Ask them. Look at your own attorneys. It's what you signed up for. You signed up to represent the community as a board. This is your job. Some years it's really easy. Some years you don't have anybody out here. That's fantastic. Unfortunately, this year you do. You have a lot coming. It is your job. It is not your job to worry about the mega site. It's your job to worry about the students, the community, and what has been presented to you. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley.
Hi, once again, it's the cart before the horse, and this isn't right. And you guys have a responsibility to stand your ground and do the right thing for the community, for the kids, and sue these people that are coming in here and bullying us to make hasty decisions against the will of the families of this community. And like I said before, you're going to sell the school. Hopefully not, but the option is there. These children, they live there. So they, still they're going to be subjected to this situation, whether the school is there or not. So think about these things. And I appreciate your time and your hard work, and I'll be praying for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Denise Smith again from Swartz Creek. I think that someone mentioned earlier there's a lot of emotion out here from people, and all of their opinions are valid. when it comes down to you're making the decisions, and you've done a good job despite what's been dropped in your lap. You've looked at all the things. You come back and you ask the right questions. Like tonight, you were ready to vote. You didn't vote because you still had some questions. That's what you're supposed to be doing. And I commend you on it, because if this started in November of 23 and you got it dropped in your lap this summer, that's a lot to have to look at in a short amount of time. So take everybody's comments and, consider them, but ultimately you guys are already making those decisions by just interacting and asking questions and looking at the agreement, looking at the purchase agreement, looking at everything that's been given to you, and you've done a great job. So don't feel pressured that you're not doing a good job or someone telling you how to do your job. You're doing it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm Margaret Horton. I'm a 47-year resident of Mundy Township and paying taxes for a long time. I'm really upset by what I'm hearing. There's a lot of nefarious actions that have been going on behind the scenes, and I don't know how deep they go. And I would encourage you to do a full investigation as to what happened and how we got to where we are today. Things just don't add up to me, and I want to know how deep they've gone, including into the Mundy Township agreements, because something's not right here. Also, you talk like you've already made your decision to sell. Well, Tyler said he doesn't need our school, so why are we going to sell it? It's in a good location. It protects our community. Our kids know that place. So I would encourage you to decide to do an investigation to find out how we got to this point and correct it. And then move on to decide whether you do want to sell the school and how you're going to do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, let's move on to board comments or questions.
Okay. I have a couple. One, I thought we did vote to do an investigation on 8/13. So it's we're going on 2 months now. There's been no discussion of it, but the board approved that one be done. So I would like to know where we are with that.
Then why don't you add it to the 22nd board meeting?
Well, I don't do the agenda, you and Jim do. So I'm asking you to.
Are you asking to do that on the 22nd?
Yeah.
To do
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, to add the investigation.
Are we talking about the attorney that Chuck brought forward?
Well, we also didn't vote on that. That was on the 27th that he brought that to us. And it was supposed to be moved to the following agenda, yet it wasn't.
But you acknowledge that you did get email information and other information that was requested.
No.
And Chuck, you did.
Wait, when?
You got
For
quite a
what?
stack. Right, Jim? There was quite a large number of emails that were shared.
Yeah, I had already gotten that and an additional FOIA request.
So I'm talking about what else goes along with that for the board.
That was specifically for the attorney to vote if we were going to hire that third-party neutral attorney
that's
for
what
that
I just
investigation. Yeah.
So Sue,
but
can
it was
we
never
put that-
talked about. But why are you talking about a packet then?
Can we put that on the agenda for next time as a placeholder?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
What are we putting on the agenda?
Right, I thought Autumn was just asking for a status.
I wasn't here in the third.
I don't think she's asking to discuss it. She just wants to know like what progress has been made. She just wants like an update, right?
Yeah, well, I know it hasn't been on an agenda since, but yeah,
if there's been work done towards it or whatever, if there's
Yeah.
any kind of additional information that you can share with us.
About what?
Chuck, thanks, Jenny. Can you share again with everybody the information you had from that attorney? I don't remember his name.
I believe it was Kendall Williams. I just suggested we maybe do a third-party investigation. That was several months ago when I discovered all this stuff, and it has been kind of pushed back. And I did get some emails that I presented. Some board members have seen them, some board members haven't. I believe Ken brought it up last month and we put it off again.
So do you want to provide everyone with the information you
I
have?
think I already sent it at one time, but I will resend it.
Give
I
it to
think
Sue.
I just sent a cover letter. Yeah, I picked an attorney that's familiar with school boards. That's all I did. I don't know that person. But now that you say that, I mean, I don't know why we have to go through an attorney, to be honest with you, because September 9th, our goal is to get something along the Morris Hill Corridor Road. This is from our administration staff, CC'd, to Tyler and Susan Carlson. We can move forward both of these endeavors on 9/10. The evidence is all here. Here's our current list of what I want. August 29th of 2024. Hold on. The school district is 100% transparent at all board meetings and public meetings. Nothing's happening outside the board. Have a great day. That was on November 26th to a resident. 12/6. All our administration staff's in it. Here are some of the thoughts shared by my board members. I don't even know. This is from Rod to Tyler, Jiv, and Alan Dresselhaus, and Joel Fike, and Jamie Cohen, CC. Here are some thoughts shared by my board members. Financial security. Please don't bring us an officer at risk of leaving us short of funds. Improvement factors. This deal should be put on a significantly better position than we currently are, addressing Morris, LLDC, and closing gains. Land secured. Please ensure we have the land already secured. I don't know why we got to bring an attorney in to go after somebody who violated FOIA when we have the emails here. I'm going to pay an attorney 20 grand or 30 grand, and it's all right here, guys. Nobody wants to see it. Thanks for us. We're still negotiating in the best interest of the kids. They're negotiating 12/1 of 24. So there was negotiations going on. Everybody says, why do you keep beating the dead horse? Because if somebody breaks the law, we just don't move forward. It's hard. I want to move forward with everything, and I have been moving forward with the billing committee and everything else. But here's 7 damaging emails.
So it sounds.
Does anybody ever want to read these that I pulled and highlighted? I know you're smiling, Jim, but they're all got your name on them too.
Look, you're going to mention that to me. I have told the truth. I have given out all the emails of communications. You keep saying 4, but there was 11 that I provided.
There was 3 board members prior to May 9th. Here they are.
And even
there they are. Tell me where they're negotiating.
And I wasn't negotiating anything. I was not involved.
Show me an agenda. Carrie, will you please show me an agenda or board minutes where this was all approved? The negotiations and who on the board? I want to know who on the board was negotiating and approved that with Rod.
So from Rod.
That's what
from Rod.
Yeah, but who's copied?
It's not my responsibility to report that to you. It was not my project.
Okay.
I have said that over
Okay.
and over again.
But you did have knowledge of it because you are copied on those.
Absolutely, I
Okay.
had knowledge of it.
That's
from Rod.
They're all negotiations. You'd say from the Rod. CUCC.
I'm just saying. So what?
Well, okay. Were you one of the board members that negotiated it and approved
name
this?
on here?
Exactly.
What's your point? I just am
What my point is.
Like
you don't know what my point is.
You go back and fire Rod.
I think the point is that
you can't go back.
It was said that we were negotiating stuff that we didn't know about. So we never negotiated that stuff.
We're well informed. The board's well informed. And Tyler even says on this email, have you run this by your board yet? Back in December.
So you want to sue Rod for these?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Chuck. So what is your like? What do you want to have happen next? Because obviously, there's all kinds of paperwork showing what has happened. What is your goal?
Here are the 4.
What is our next step for what we do after this?
I don't know. Maybe we should talk about that as a board. What is the next?
That's what I'm wondering. Because I mean, I don't disagree. Because I've seen the emails as well. I understand the point. But what specifically should we do?
People should be disciplined that knew about this and negotiated this and put us in this predicament where me and Ken just talked about looking like the Keystone Cops, because this stuff gets shoveled on us in June. Hurry up and make a deal, and we're like, what the heck is going on? Okay. They even said, let's stop the bleed of the school of choice students. They wanted to build a school with 750 kids to stop the school of choice bleed out. They were worried about kids from another district than our district. Yeah, I've got a big problem with this, and somebody should be disciplined for it. And once again, everybody says, "Oh, there was 11 memos. There was 4 memos prior to May 28th." And I want everybody to read those and tell me where they're negotiating.
So how do you propose we discipline Rod then? Because I mean, I hear what you're saying, and it sounds like you want to what exactly would you propose that we do? Because I mean, you
We
pled your
discipline-
case, but what would you like us to do?
Discipline all of our administrators involved in this.
Just put like you're saying that we should put a note in files, or what are you proposing? That I'm just
I don't want to talk about it in public because this one cannot be discussed in public.
Okay. I'm just curious.
And this is a thing on 3 or 4 administrators, and they can say, "Well, I asked questions before here, and some of our administrators just sat there down and looked." As I made the example before, if my partner I was a policeman for 39 years, beat somebody up, and I let him do that, and I just say, "Well, it wasn't me doing the beating. Am I guilty of the crime too?" Hell yes, I am. You guys keep talking about education for the kids. What kind of example are you setting for education kids? We have no honor, no honesty, no moralities, no discipline, no principles when we're not even taking care of our own business in-house. And I'm the only guy that brought up the education back about 6 months ago, and then I got 50 school teachers to show up and mean mug me because then all of a sudden they started showing up doing this. And I'm like, because I brought up education and our grades are so powered, I get beat up for that? We got a big problem here, and we're not disciplining ourselves. And you guys want to talk about this negotiation with Phil and this guy and that guy, and I'm willing to negotiate and move forward. But at the end of the day, somebody brought it up. She said, "Well, just move forward. Take the $40 million. Well, how do we take the $40 million when we don't even know what we're building or if we're going to renovate?
Then have a committee and do it.
I formed a committee. Haven't you been around? I formed a committee.
And who do you think is going to come and be a superintendent with you acting like this at every board meeting?
Don't really. You know what? I want an honest superintendent. I want an honest superintendent. That's all I want. Somebody that's going to inform me of what's going on. I'm not going to take $40 million. So every time I bring something up, it's Chuck's the bad guy or somebody else the bad guy. I don't know what you guys want to do. Please read these just 7 emails. I've simplified it for everybody. Anybody up there can come read them too.
And
That's
they're
my
all
board
from
comments.
Rod.
I'll just remind everybody that
If your assistant screws up a deal, is it just Rod or is it just you?
I'm the boss. I go down. If my assistant screws up, that's on me. But if I'm the one giving her direction, she takes it and she runs with it.
I just want to remind everybody, we did receive updates from Rod over the course of time, beginning in October of 24, that they were talking to the group and what it was pertaining, and he would give us updates on Mondays.
You give him updates on Monday memos, right? I got the 3 Monday memos here. Would you like me to read them?
But that's
prior to the May 19th when we found out about it. June 3rd, 2024. Hey, it's on the second paragraph of our board updates. $260 million in grant money awarded to Genesee County and Flint Economic Guys has garnered significant attention, with Morse being frequently mentioned. While I haven't had a chance to speak with anybody, Tyler or Joel, in a couple of weeks, I'm committed to getting an update from them on what's going on. I've asked French and Auk to compile some numbers.
And when was that? When was that?
June 3rd.
Do you have authority to negotiate?
I'm just saying.
Of
Anybody,
last year, of 24.
anybody could have mentioned, hey,
That was
what are you
June
doing?
30th of 24.
He should have brought it to a board meeting, not put it in a board.
He asked the board several times. He asked the board several times if we should go in and close a session. He asked that. It's in the emails that I provided. So we welcome an investigation.
Okay.
So without a doubt, we welcome it.
Well, good. We already voted on one. But one's already happening. It's just a matter of ironing out the details.
We need to listen to ourselves. We can't go into closing the session to talk about selling property.
Right.
And again, and I beat up the board policies, but if we don't follow our board policies, then we wind up where we're at right now. Rod did not follow the board policies. He should have had direction from this board. And to have direction from this board, even per our attorney tonight, of selling property, that discussion had to be done in public. Rod did not do that. We can keep saying Rod. I think and I'm not wanting to speak for Chuck, but I think I'll try. There's an expectation for, in your case, the deputy superintendent, Jamie, an assistant superintendent, to either correct Rod behind closed doors or come forward to the board and go, hey, now, could Rod affect your careers from doing that? But I think that's the expectation Chuck had. And I don't know what I'd have done if I'd have sat there, but Chuck is right. When our behavior when we ignore our partner's behavior, ask the 3 other cops that were charged in Minnesota for what went on up there. One guy is 8.5 minutes holding a guy down on the ground. 3 other individuals that stood there were charged. So the behavior of what people sit back and watch is also a problem. And we can't. Rod's out of this conversation. He's gone. But he did not have the authority to do even what he put in his board notes.
That could be, but I wasn't.
No, I understand
the impression that anything was wrong.
Jim, you're in a very unique spot.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I guess the problem I have with what you do is you're still trying to justify it for Rod. Please stop.
I'm not justifying.
But it is, because you mentioned that it's in these board notes that the board did know. Carrie's doing the same thing. And that's very true. Maybe they should have read their board notes. Shame on every one of you that didn't. But Rod didn't have the authority to do that. And obviously, none of the 7 of you that were sitting here as board members took the time to read your policy and slap Rod on the hand. If you read them in the board notes, one of you had to. I mean, that was one of the very first things I looked up when I got put on the board.
Okay.
He does not have the authority to do that. And he doesn't have the authority, but he even uses the word negotiation. So he's negotiating in private. I don't know what that means. Again, we'll come back to the attorney. But it's his word, not mine. He's negotiating a deal, and he must have negotiated enough of a deal for Tyler and all of them to bring back 3 bids on new buildings and an agreement. I mean, or we're going to say that those folks did all that on their own. Well, we can sit and watch a video of one of those negotiations. It was a negotiation. Everyone was playing Monty Hall there. There was back and forth. That's negotiating. And it was all done in private. So I don't know how we fix this. But if we're going to say that Rod's to blame for all this, then let's stop trying to cover his tracks. Because at the end of the day, I win this argument. He didn't have board approval. He didn't have board guidance. That's our policy. That's our rule. That's our law for here. And he violated all that. And if anyone participated with him, they too violated that. Because if you were disciplining teachers or other staff members, not knowing the policy is not a defense. And that is the policy, and that is the policy that you and Jamie and everybody else that stuck their nose in that from this building should have looked at. And so if we're going to say that, please tell me, if we're going to use that defense, let the teachers union know that ignorance is a defense, and they can use it every time. Well, I didn't sign for that. I didn't know that. We sat here at a discipline hearing when I first got on the school board, and Kevin Claren, and I have to mention names so this story will make sense. A particular teacher had been disciplined for not understanding FERPA. And the argument was This teacher took the test, got all 5 questions right. Mr. Blow presented it as evidence, and that's why he disciplined the teacher. In Kevin's investigation and in his statement at the hearing, he said that he had to call Mr. Blow to find out if there was a FERPA violation, and Mr. Claren took the same test. So if the teacher wasn't bright enough to know they didn't violate FERPA, and Kevin wasn't bright enough if there was a FERPA violation, why are we disciplining the teacher? So all I'm saying is let's call this what it is. We violated a board policy, and more than one administrator did that. I don't want to see anybody really disciplined for this. I don't care. But we can't keep defending the behavior, and we keep defending it over some board notes. Well, the board notes admit we broke the law. Not only our own policy, but the board notes acknowledge that we broke the law. So let's just forget that. I think Chuck presents a valid argument of those emails that negotiations took place. The board was never notified. There's nothing in the minutes. There's nothing on an agenda. That's evidence. I mean, I play this game every day, and there is zero evidence to defend what took place here. So,
Last one, Ken, from Tyler Rossmeiler. To Rodney, Jamie, Jim. Happy New Year. I wanted to check in since my last meeting with you. I've lost some emails. Has there been any further discussion with your board about our $40 million offer? Does anybody know about that? That was in January 9th. That's not a board memo. Hey, I'm talking to these guys. I don't know what's going on yet. That is a straight up what? He's saying negotiation, and was your board informed of the $40 million offer back on January 1st of 2025 or 2025?
That messes me up. Further discussion, is he implying that there was discussion prior to then with
back, I got it all the way back to August of 2024.
Yeah, I've seen.
So that's negotiations, and 3 board members is not going to cover your ass. Oh, well, we're talking to the mega site people, and this is the only one that even made any sense. My grand wish is $30 to $50 million. So somebody talked to me, says I want between 30 and 50. It's funny how we settled on 40, isn't it? So something must have been said in those negotiations. That's why we're in this problem stuck on $40 million. And the public's been patient with us, and people can say I'm a madman, but it's pretty easy. There's right and there's wrong. This was wrong. I'm going to fix it, but you just don't let the kid who stole the lawnmower move on down the street and say, that's okay. It's all right. It happened 6 months ago. Jimmy and Todd did it, but Jimmy was the main culprit. We're just going to let him go. If that's what you guys want, then tell me that, and I'll let it go. You're the public. I work for the public. You guys tell me what you want. And I just tell you, this has got me in trouble in other political jobs because I will do the right thing. And I get ostracized for doing the right thing because I brought up the grades. So I don't know if we give it to an attorney and the board doesn't have any stomach to do anything. That's where I'm back turned around. If I'm going to spend $20,000 or $30,000 of board money and everybody's just going to kick the can down the road, because you used that term, Ken, kick the can down the road. We don't need an attorney. It's pretty much there, and it's public record because somebody FOIA'd it. I didn't even have it till I got the FOIA packages.
Go to the judge that slaps their hands.
Well, so again, Chuck, so what should we do next?
I don't know.
What is your proposal that we should do next?
I have no proposal. I brought you down that something was done wrong.
Okay.
You guys tell me what you want to do. Don't put it all on Chuck. I want the 7 board members. So as a rule, I can show you what's occurred. And you guys, I brought the 7 most important ones.
Yeah, I don't.
Phil, can we go back and sue Rod?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking to Phil. I mean, I guess that's
confidential legal advice between a board member. Phil doesn't want to get in that position, right, Phil? That's right. But you would talk to us about that in closed session. But you see, this is a FOIA violation. This is board policy violations. If you read the law, MCL says you can't negotiate without getting board approval. Whether he's doing it in private or not,
I want to see the minutes or the agenda where we approved it. You guys show me, because then we're going to allow somebody to violate our policy procedure. You're like, why are you bringing it up now? Because I just found out about it on May 19th. I sat right there and asked, do we have an offer? No. Jim was there. Jamie was over there. And everybody's just standing around. And everybody said no. And then I got an email the next day says, we don't have an offer, which verifies what he said. So I'm just not making it up. And then on June 5th, mysteriously, oh, we may have an offer. It's going to come up on June 25th.
So Chuck, Jenny's asking, what do you want to happen next?
I want the board to have discussion on it, what you guys want to do. And if you want to review the evidence in private, I think you can do that. I don't know. That's not a confidentiality question. Can we do that, Phil?
What options do we have? Like, who could answer that question? Is that like an attorney question, Carrie, or who could answer that? What our options are as a board?
Depends on what we're discussing.
Yeah, if we discuss employee
We're asking for an
discipline,
opinion.
then that's got to be
Yeah.
closed.
Close.
Or it's the employee's discretion, I think. Or no, those are automatic. I don't know. I don't know the rules.
Well, Rod,
That's what I'm asking. So how do we even know what our options are? You
Yeah,
know?
it's
So-
the policy.
So let me just ask a silly question. We keep focusing on the past and it's holding us from going forward. And you can just not like this, Autumn, but we've spent countless hours having this conversation and we're going to continue. I want to know what everybody wants to do next, how you want to proceed. At what point do we get to talk about the future?
Okay. Add it to a board action item at our next meeting.
I already did.
Okay.
What though?
There we go. Then we discuss it and we vote
Chuck
on
brought
an
up the
action,
investigation.
whether it be
He's already brought an attorney to us. If that's not what we're going to do, then we need to adjust the request for the next board meeting.
Okay, we will adjust it at the next.
Yeah, and I would want to know what our options are.
Yeah.
For disciplining somebody who's no longer an employee. Do we do a note in their file or something? I've heard something about you can kind of put a note in somebody's employment file so that if he, pursues another position after his current one, if the new employer asks us for information about his employment, it would be in our records that he was disciplined after he left for these reasons. Or, again, if I don't know who could answer that question, but if that could be part of what comes to our next board meeting is what our legal options are or what our things are, I think that would be helpful as well. So we can decide, because again, I don't want to sit here and rehash it either. I would like to know what our steps are. We talk about it and we pick one and we move on and we don't bring it up anymore.
So Phil, I'm going to ask you, I know you're sitting here, so you're on the clock. Is that something that we could discuss in a closed session? I don't know what this is. We haven't defined that yet.
No, unless you have a legal opinion.
Okay.
Because disciplining an employee or whoever is only allowed in closed session.
And when that person is under our employment, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
If he's outside of our employment, my understanding is that you can put a letter in their file, then they can attach a letter to rebuke that. Is that the law or pretty close to it?
Yes.
I think at the very least we should do something like that because I watched this meeting too, and then like a week or two later, Mr. Heatherton says there's no offer been made to us when he was previously just at the meeting talking about it, and it was condescending. Also, the meeting. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's where they said they were going to play good cop, bad cop, a couple of them to sell this to the public. And people wonder why I'm so upset about it because they were trying to hoodwink us. You can look up that meeting. To get a new school, we're gonna buy your school and we're gonna build you a new school. And I've used this example before. A guy knocks on my door, says, "Hey, I'm going to move you down the road, and here's a new house you're getting. Don't worry about it. It's all good."
I would also say
I'm just this is set, and everybody's like, "Why do you keep beating it up?" Because this is what's caused the board division. They act like me, Shelley Thompson said, what superintendent's going to come here? You know what? I hope superintendents are watching because I want a superintendent that's 110% honest, honorable, has hard work ethics, and is going to do what he or she is supposed to do as a superintendent, which is guide us education, safety, and financial responsibilities, fiduciary responsibilities. I've been saying that for there. So I don't know why people are getting mad about it. I think it'll attract a good person because they're say, hey, we got a good, honest board. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Well, I would also say, since we are going to be engaging in a superintendent search, I would want, even if it was after the superintendent left a previous position, if their board found that they were, not acting appropriately, I would want that in their file so that I knew about it. Because at this point, Rod could leave his current position, go to another school district, and they would have no idea that we've had all these discussions and all these issues brought up unless we put that in there. They still might not. They might not ask us for our files. They might never see it. But at least we would have tried. At least we would have made an effort to kind of let other people know what we found, so that if he does try to pursue employment with another school district, that they're aware of the issues that we had and they can make their own decisions. But at least we're sharing our information. We're being responsible to the next people that might be looking at him for employment. I would feel better about that, because I would hate to sit there and say, oh yeah, we knew he did all this stuff, but we didn't tell anybody, or we didn't do anything about it. We can't fire him, but at least we can warn people ahead of time what we found, and they can make their own decisions.
This is under board comments, though. And
Yes.
I think Ken said that. I'm going to move on. Ken said,
What'd I say?
our superintendent search group. You want me to bring that up now? Or do you want to bring it up?
Start it. Because I'm drawing. I apologize. I drawn a blank.
I think we talked about a news article maybe or something.
Oh,
I don't know if. Yeah. I don't know if that's pertinent.
Yeah, I would like to save that for a different time.
Okay. That might be a longer discussion. All right. No more board comments. Well, it's moving
Yeah,
pretty
is
good.
Jenny gonna get that call from Shirley? Was that her name? Sheila. Is she gonna give Jenny a call for that?
I will ask Sheila if she will contact Jenny.
Okay.
Add Jenny to the list.
Welcome to the board, Jenny.
It only takes about.
And my last board comment is, I know we should, the $40 million bucks, I get it. That is a lot of money for an old building. I'm not opposed to that. I'm not. I don't feel yes or no for it. One is we're behind the 8 ball because we got caught and got shoved down our throat, I feel like. Or I call it quicksand. We stepped in quicksand. We didn't even place the quicksand. 2 is that no matter how people get mad, we're not going to make this side or that side happy. Somebody's going to be mad at us, no matter what we do. But we have to do the best deal for a long-term vision for our kids, our district, and make sure it's fiduciary responsible, that we don't have to sink a bunch of money into buildings or fix this building or pay it off because we didn't get enough money. So we got a lot of moving parts here, and we are moving forward. Somebody said, you didn't do anything. Well, we started, and it was a good committee. Jim made a great comment the other day. We had a good committee meeting on the building, buying the property, and selling the building. I just think, like some people said, we put the cart before the horse, and we don't know what to ask for the building because we don't know what it would cost to renovate our buildings if we kept them more than what they are, or build a school. And I asked Jim for 7 questions, and he was very good and got them for me right away. And I think it's going to be pertinent to our next meeting, which is coming up in a couple minutes. And they're very important questions about student count. How many students are there? How many can the schools do? How many kids have school of choice? You guys already got all that information. You did ask me? Yeah. I had the information, but I wanted to come from Jim because they weren't my numbers.
Anything else, Chuck?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Anyone else down here?
No. I just wanted to, I know Shelley left, so maybe she's watching it later or she'll watch it later. I just wanted to address her comment saying that it's in the students' best interest for us to just take the Moorish deal as proposed, because we might lose the money. She just strongly felt that was the best interest. And I just wanted to dispute that and just say that just taking a set amount of money without having any idea what we would do with it, if it would be sufficient, I mean, that would not be responsible either. You can't just take that money and not know what we're going to, like, how much it would cost to do any of our options, what we plan on doing with it. So, I mean, I definitely understand that she's concerned for the safety of the students, and she's concerned that we might lose the offer. and things like that. I understand that, but I think we also have a bigger responsibility to know what we're going to do with the money before we accept any kind of offer. So I just wanted to respond that to her in case she watches.
Phil, just to clarify what was brought up, somebody could draft up a document in reference to what we think went wrong while Rod was here during this, correct? And then we need to give that to him so he can rebut that, correct? Because we can't discipline him. He no longer is here.
Right. It doesn't implicate any property interest, so I'd have to look into that whether you have to provide a copy. I mean, ideally, you would have an initial. Yes.
Okay. Well, I think if we're going to do that, I think he should get the opportunity to respond to it. I mean, you just don't get to accuse somebody of something without allowing them to respond to it. Because for all we know, he may offer us another explanation of why he did it, and I would be intrigued to hear that. We don't know. I mean, I don't like to go JFK conspiracy, but there may be more there than that. I mean, to be fair to him. So, okay, if you can find out what would be the proper way to do that, because I think the documentation speaks for itself. Obviously, things were going on for months, and then maybe, just maybe, we don't have to talk about it anymore. And I would like to also hear maybe from him of the role that his subordinates played in that and why. And he may not respond to that, but that I would like to hear that as well. But if you can research that and throw us some guidance, and if we don't need to contact him, then maybe we do. I think I'm not a fan of what happened, but I think we have to be fair to let him a response. That's not fair to just accuse somebody of something without a response. And I'd like to hear from him if he would like to respond to it. He may tell us to fly a kite. So that's all I have on it, because I would like. I think Chuck has to be recognized for the fact that things went on, and we keep trying to ignore them, and we cannot ignore them. They have to be acknowledged. I'm not saying that we need to tar and feather, Jim or anything like that, but they have to be acknowledged. And I think that's the hurdle we're all having here. Is he's getting ignored. He shouldn't be. He's right. And I'm not sticking up for him because I like Chuck. I'm sticking up for the fact that just reading those documents and listening to them, that's all the evidence you need. It happened. That someone didn't mysteriously drop that agreement in our lap. Someone talked about that to get there. And there's evidence that was talked about. So, let's stop. We acknowledge it, that it happened and that we did things wrong and we violated our own policies, and maybe we can move on. But arguing about it, all we're doing is ticking him off more. And I mean, the guy's right. Read the emails. Watch the video. It's obvious there had been conversation. The conversation on the video took place before he acknowledged there was an agreement or even talking about it. Before the video, then he come back and denied, oh, no, there's nothing going on. It's like, it's right there in front of you. And I think that's what this board has to acknowledge, everybody up here, and then we can move forward. Because we do have a couple messes in front of us. We need to get them fixed.
I mean, I'm not ignoring that it happened. I'm just, what do we do? And I guess I haven't felt here tonight that we could do something, but it's like I feel like it's beating a dead horse because that employee isn't here directly to reprimand, right? That kind of all happened. He got over here, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, we keep going back to these emails and Rod's name is on every single one of them.
But we want to make sure other people know.
Right.
As well.
Right. So
it doesn't
not a matter of
we know
it,
but it might be,
minimized
for somebody in the future to know. So we do our our part to make sure that
If-
this is shared you know,
Every
with
time-
appropriate people.
Sorry. Every time Chuck brings it up, it gets minimized.
Mhm.
You know, get in an argument with your mother or whoever, or, you know, and they just minimize your point. And you know you're right. And you've got all the evidence. And then they just, well, you know,
But if my dad's dead already and he's arguing my dad did something wrong, what do you want me to do about it? You know what I'm saying?
Acknowledge it.
I'm not saying he didn't do anything wrong, but I'm saying like just like he's been asked, what do we do? What do we do going forward?
You've never acknowledged it.
We have. We're not acknowledging it.
Everybody's told me just move on.
We've never acknowledged that Rod did it. I've said Rod did that. What do we do now?
But everybody's, not everybody's, people's on this board's attitude has been just move on, Chuck. And my problem is I'm a public official. And everybody says, oh, you act crazy. Superintendents aren't going to come work for you. Fine. If you don't want to be honorable and honest and not do the right thing, there's only two words, right and wrong. And this was done wrong, and I'm trying. That's just not my grain. And maybe I'm way off kilter on it, but I don't think so. I've done 100,000 investigations in my career, and I've actually prosecuted politicians for a lot less than this. It's there. And I'm on the school board representing the school kids, and we're supposed to set an example. You know what? I felt like this was just a board of approval sometimes, and if you go against the grain, you're the bad guy. And I don't get that. That's not a public body's job. And I guess they can get rid of me next year if I even run, because there's plenty of people lining up. But at the end of the day, fine. If you want to go up, then everybody can be hoodwinked, because there's so many hoodwinkings going on here. All the years I worked at the city and the county, it's different. It's real different. I'd kind of rather deal with criminals than politicians, because at least they admit what they did. Yeah, officer, I stole that doggone box of cigars. Take me to jail. These guys are like, what are you talking about? There's nothing to see here. Move on. That's my problem after 40 years of law enforcement. Move on. Don't worry about it. Okay, I really shouldn't, because I'm not getting paid to do this. I'm taking time for my business, my family, and everybody else. Like somebody said, it's easier to come in here for 30 minutes, say yes, 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 and move on. Let's just go on down the road.
Kim, did you have anything?
No, ma'am.
Kim, did you have anything?
I just think at the very least we need to put something in his file that says we found this. Because I mean, if we were hiring him, wouldn't we want to know that?
Right.
I mean, so it needs to be at least put in the file that this was some of this done behind our back, with the assumption that we were being kept in the loop on all of this stuff when many of us didn't know anything about it. And I that really bothers me too. But at this point, I don't know what more we could do about it.
Okay, so I want to end on a high note here. I'm going to congratulate Jenny for joining our board. And Sue, not right now. I know there's a lot going on with the superintendent search, but maybe we can schedule an orientation. I don't know if, Ken, you feel there's value in an orientation, having served before, but there's some good information that Sue provides, and we could schedule something to go through it. Takes a little while, but it's a good opportunity. Okay. And also, I want to thank Jessica and John for coming forward, because we need people in the community to be involved, regardless of where it is, on a school board, at softball, helping with the kids in the community. And we appreciate all the folks that came forward this time and previously. With that, I would
make a motion to close the meeting.
Thank you, Chuck.
And Jim wants these, I'm sure, right? Jim, do you want all this? That's the applications, the point system.
Is there a second?
Our notes,
Yes, please.
and
Is there a second? Yes.
I did.
Yes. Andrea. All right. Any comments or questions? Sue, can you do roll call, please?
You want to pass all that down to Jim? You should take it.
Ken
Yay.
Engel?
Yes.
Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
Andrea Fick? Yes. Kim Winter?
Yes.
Jenny Walgest?
Yes.
Autumn Henry?
Yes.
All right. Motion passes. Full board, all 7 of us here. we are adjourned. We will reconvene.
That's all
We
about.
reconvene.
I gotta get this.
We'll reconvene for the new construction subcommittee in 7 minutes.
Yeah. Can't like the other two states.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay, I've been hanging on watching the whole thing from the beginning, so yeah. Just let me know when they're back. What do you want me to turn my camera on, or is it probably I can leave it that off on, doesn't matter. Maybe I'll just see how it goes. Oh no, I was on a 6. Good. I'm here.
Call the meeting to order at 9:34 p.m. on the building committee new construction information. Jim was nice. Oh, is there an agenda here, Jim?
Yes.
Where's it at?
Right here.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Call to order. We'll call it to order. New construction discussion. I'll skip the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have a quick roll call. Sue?
Carrie Germain. Present. Chuck Melkey.
Present.
Kim Winter.
Present.
No Ken Engel.
Ken Engel will be late. He's in the other meeting discussing something with her.
Andrea Fick absent and Autumn Henry absent. Okay.
Autumn will be here in a moment too. She's with the attorney.
I will make a note when they come in.
Okay. Okay.
To kick us off.
New construction discussion. Go ahead.
So, all right, Chuck asked several questions, and I emailed them to you, but I also have some hard copies here. I do think this will be beneficial with the conversation that you're going to have. We have Bill Loader here tonight to help with any questions. We also have Suzanne Carlson from French. So any of the resources that we need as we track down this conversation. I'm not exactly sure where to start it, but
yeah, it's kind of up in the air, right?
It's up in the air.
Okay, I'll try to go ahead and give some ideas to Susan, and anybody, please chime in whenever you want. Susan? Can she hear us, Travis? Yeah. Suzanne, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I don't have my camera on.
No, that's okay, Suzanne. It's late at night. It's late at night. You're probably in your PJs. I know I would be.
Yes.
So,
You guys have had a long afternoon, evening. I've
Yeah.
been hanging in there listening to you, so I'm hopeful I can answer some questions pretty succinctly for you.
Okay. So we have some numbers here about our elementary school districts. I asked Jim to do a little bit of research for us. A number of students that are currently there, how many that the school will actually hold, maximum kids, and what we're looking for, I guess, some of the discussion at the board level has been, if we do not build a new school, if we did some renovations to Elms, Deke, Morris, Cyrene, and Gaines. Some of the big questions were, how much would it cost to do some additions to add that. And I know we have to give you how many more schoolrooms we want, how much square footage we need. I guess my guess is, and I'm not speaking for everybody, just myself, I would like to see what it would cost for 4 classrooms to be attached to each building additionally, along with and this is going to come out of left field because this is just a pet peeve of mine, a cafeteria and actual dedicated lunchroom. I don't like still the old style of eating lunch in the gymnasium. Yeah, we have a small little cafeteria. The kids got to push everything out. I don't think that's healthy, safe for the staff or the children. But I would like a dedicated cafeteria area for each one of those buildings, along with a full. I've toured the building several times, not much in the last year, but their media room / library has been converted over to old classrooms. And I would like to see a media / library room dedicated, which would free up 1 or 2 of the classrooms for the kids if we, expanded those schools. 4 classrooms. I know I'm giving it to you fast and furious. It's like 4 classrooms, a media center / library, something that maybe split in half where the teachers could have a bigger room to have meetings with, maybe if they have 60, 70, 100 kids in there, along with a dedicated media and library room for the children. And then the cafeteria, as I said, the 4 classrooms. I think our gymnasiums are sufficient if we get all the cafeteria equipment out of there. That'll free up some room because in the cafeteria won't be located in the gymnasium. Morse, I think, has a dedicated cafeteria. I'm trying to go from memory. Does Morse have a dedicated cafeteria? Bill? No. Okay. So no, I'm not saying Morse. I misspoke myself. Gaines.
Gaines has, yes.
Gaines, I think, has a dedicated cafeteria and lunchroom.
They have the big gym.
Do they have a lunch?
Yeah. Oh, yes, they do down in that
No, but do they have a dedicated lunchroom?
Yes, they do.
Okay, all right. So, Suzanne, that would be a strike on Gaines. So there would be no dedicated cafeteria. You know what I'm saying? A dedicated lunchroom. So the other 3 schools, dedicated lunchrooms, dedicated cafeteria, all kind of attached to the building somewhere. A few extra bathrooms. Just as this my idea. Several extra bathrooms. 4 classrooms, media, library center, and maybe a larger teacher's lounge, because if we're going to maybe increase a few students into those schools, I know they'll take quite a bit of students according to Bill's numbers, but to alleviate, any future growth, which it doesn't seem we're having with our population count, just while we're there, we might as well go ahead and build a teacher, I want to call it, teacher lounge, workstation, something a little larger for them to accommodate the more kids in there, which they used to do 20 years ago when my kids were there. And then that's it. Oh, and peaked roofs. I know peaked roofs are going to be the big expense because you have rooftop units. And I know when you have rooftop units, they can build them, but there's a little bit more configuration, correct?
Yeah, there is.
So that'll give you a laundry list?
Yeah.
Now that's just from Chuck. I don't know what the rest of the board members
fantastic
want.
list, Chuck. I like the direction here. If you give me a little bit of time, I know we have on the schedule 2 weeks from now to come back for another meeting. I'm not sure if it's this construction meeting, but I can take a look at each of the buildings, probably do a prototype.
Yes.
So it might be a similar at each of the buildings, less the cafeteria at Ames, and see how that maps out and give you a cost range. Based on
I know it's going to be very rough. Yes.
Yeah. I'm not entirely familiar with all of the sites, and I'm not sure how a footprint of that size would, fit. But we'll give it a go, and I think it'll be kind of a good exercise for everyone.
Bill Loader's here.
Yes.
And I think that he could give you the footprint of each building quickly, along with
I have all those.
Okay,
I've got the site plans. I've got your building plans.
So figure out where you can put in 4 classrooms or 6, whatever. Several bathrooms for the kids. Dedicated cafeteria, as I said. Dedicated lunchroom. Dedicated media and library to free up a couple of the classrooms that I know they're using in some of the elementaries. And then I know this will be the tough one, but what would it cost, rough estimate, to do 3 peaked roofs or 4 peaked roofs that just do all the elementary stuff? I don't think we'd need to worry about the high school or middle school right now because they have newer roofs. We could do those in the future with our building and sinking funds, but get that done, and I think that would be a great improvement. And then,
Can I just ask for a point of clarification here?
yeah,
You're not suggesting a peak roof all over the entire existing building, are you? You're just for whatever the addition is.
no, I actually want the peaked roofs on top of the current buildings. Or is that not feasible? You tell me.
I'm going to tell you that probably is going to, whatever your final number is from Veggia, that's a lot of money because structurally we'll have to reinforce everything to take the load of the roof differently than it is right now. I mean, not impossible, but.
Well, could you maybe do one of the buildings because all of our elementaries basically have the same footprint except for Gaines. Cyrene's a little smaller, but Deke and Elms have the exact same footprint, and we're not talking about Morris now. So just do them on one of them if you could, either Deke or Elms, to see. I know what you're saying. You got to restructure the sidewalls, don't you, to hold them? Yeah.
Yeah. It's not impossible, but I'm not sure it's the most effective way. I mean, maybe there's a way if it's a roof maintenance issue or if it's an equipment maintenance issue, we put some equipment and mezzanines up there. Certainly any additions you do could be planned to have a peaked roof.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Any new part would be peaked for
sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's it for me. I'm going to step back now and let other people talk. Because it's a brainstorming thing. And Bill Loader, our maintenance supervisors here, operations, he may have some ideas. A classroom would hold how many children? 25 to 30, right?
Yeah, 25 to 30, depending upon the age level. Yeah, I think that we've got some numbers of what your teacher contracts are for however they're allowed to have in their classroom, and then there's some guidelines from the state. So,
I don't want to pack the children in there like sardines. If I think 6 classrooms would be more advantageous, and while we're building, I know that once everything's tore up, it's cheaper to add 2 more on than come back 6 years later and do it. So I'll let the rest of the board, if they think 6 classrooms would be more, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Just something so we can alleviate some of that pressure.
Yeah, I would tell you it's better if you're going to do that for now, it's better to do it now just because of the construction codes. We have to put a firewall between any addition, and that's a 2-hour firewall that just adds a lot of construction complication to it. If you're going to do 6, let's plan for the 6 now. You can always scale it back.
Well, I'm sure they could always use the extra space, if nothing else. Okay.
And something you want to look at, Chuck, is you might as well set all those classrooms for 30 because, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can put 30 students in the 3, 4, 5 buildings, correct? And
yes, per contract.
Yeah, right. But what I'm getting at is if you're going to build a building, do it all for 30 students. That way, if it's a K-5 building, you've got it covered. If it's a 3, 4, 5 building, you got it covered. It doesn't matter.
No, that's fine. That's a great idea.
The only thing I might mention is if we do typically do a kindergarten pre-K room a little bit bigger than the standard, first, second, third, elementary building, just because they have more things. They've got all the little stuff that they play with. So those are a little bit bigger, and the classroom count is a little bit lower. So if you'd like to consider adding a kindergarten room at each of these additions, that's something we probably should know sooner rather than later.
I think the board would want that. Jim?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's good. Yeah.
Okay, then add that onto it and then give us our cost so then we know we're not surprised because that'll give us a number of what we have to go for our other project on the sale if that happens. Are you still with us, Suzanne?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I just lost the picture. So, okay, 4 to 6 classrooms, a kitty garden, definitely a media library, definitely a standalone cafeteria. That's just me talking. I got the rest of the board members here. They're going to chime in. I'm just big on having a dedicated cafeteria and lunchroom for the kids. And one other quick thing to throw a fly in the ointment. Because I'm not speaking for anybody but myself, in the future we may go back to K-5. Less shuttling, less cost. If we do that, that's fine. We've already got that figured out with these buildings. Hypothetically, if Morris did sell and we can't find a location, what would be the cost to add on a 3-5 building at the current level that it is at Morris to add on to Elms? So that would be my option B. Does that make sense to you?
So say that again, a 3-5.
Yeah. So
At
basically, just attach more somehow
to Elms.
to Elms, right? Because I'm not so against I am against the K3, my personal thing, 3-5. But if we kept one building like that, that would give the district a lot of flexibility where we would have one kind of a super school and at least all the kids would be in one area. So if we had our K3 and then 4-5, the buildings would be together. So I want that 4-5 building configured at Elms and then still come up with a little bit of that additions to Deke and Cyrene. Yes, thank you, whoever said that. I'm sorry, it's late. Cyrene, thank you. And yeah, I think Cyrene though might be a problem because we're limited on land there. But that's the only problem. So you might not be able to put six school or 6 classrooms in there. So if you got to scale that back to 4 or 2, that's fine as long as we can sneak in a cafeteria and lunchroom and maybe we buy Mr. Knickerbocker's properties right next door. And then maybe we could have 2 modes of education for our kids. We could have some K5 buildings and then we could have a split K3 and then 4-5, which some of the more proactive school districts are doing. And then that way the parents would have a choice at least.
Suzanne, this is Carrie. Is there room to attach that type of building that would give us space for the more students to Elms?
I don't know. I'd have to look at it and see.
Yeah.
Not quite familiar with the site of Elms. I'll pull up right now and see what it looks like.
It's okay. That's okay. I think Bill might have.
Here it is. There is room,
information.
Carrie. Yeah. I thought there was, but I didn't want to misspeak till I talked to him. So if we could even do the lunchroom / cafeteria in between, media, library, and then add some classrooms there for our 3-5 students. That would be option B, I guess, for lack of easy terms. We got option A and option B.
Option A, option B, got it.
Yeah. Intermediate schools.
Or
So I would say for option A, you also have to consider, so you're talking about 100 kids, 100 extra kids at each of these schools. Is that what you're doing the 4 classrooms for? Okay, so you need
6 actually.
Well, I mean, how many students? So you need, okay, so do the cafeterias, do the refrigerators and everything like that hold lunches for that many kids? Does the playground hold, is there enough playground equipment for that many kids? Are the parking lots big enough for the staff, for the parent drop-off, for everything like that? So we need to look at not just the physical classrooms, but if we're adding that many students and faculty and everything like that to those buildings, what else we need to expand to accommodate those students?
That's a great question, Jenny. And I think I asked Jim that because back in the day when my kids were in school and my nephews and nieces and my wife and everybody went to school here, them schools held a lot more students than what they currently do. And we actually got a head count of what the max is now. And it's well below if we shifted 120 kids to each school. So just to answer your question in advance, those buildings are big enough, but we're making them bigger. So they're not, the kids aren't crammed in like sardines. Yeah. I'm looking for that sheet that Jim gave me. I asked for that. I had it somewhere. We currently have 337 in Deke, 442 in Elms, 86 in Gaines, 415 in Marsh, and 320. But the maximum that they can hold is, here it is, the second page, right?
I'm looking at the usable space and max load capacity. Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see it. Yeah. So Deke, Marsh, and Elms, which are all the same footprint, could actually hold 872 students.
Okay, so can I just give you a caveat to that? That number comes from the Michigan Building Code, which is a square foot per student load, which if you look at it, it doesn't, that overloads the classrooms much more than what your contract allows.
Okay, well, yeah, we don't want to do that. But
you don't want to do that.
I think Jenny was asking, is our playground equipped for that? Is our parking lot equipped? Because I know that we have issues with drop off right now. And let alone you add 100, 200 more kids to that building. How many are going to be car riders? And now your already crammed parking lot is, yeah, bad news
So
bears.
you want the parking lot reconfigured to hold that,
Yep,
of course,
we
which
need
makes
in the parking. We need to make sure we need to reevaluate the whatever the drop off lines are to make sure they can accommodate because we already have several of the schools. We have residents around the schools complaining that people line up for pickup, like and totally block people's driveways and things like that. So we need to account for that because those pickup lines are just going to get worse.
Where is that at? Is that at Deke currently?
I saw one on Elm.
Siring does, Elms does, Moorish does. I think all of them do. Maybe Gaines is the only one that doesn't.
I can't tell you an elementary school in Michigan that doesn't have that twice a day for the drop off and the pickup.
But now we're gonna.
But yeah, we have a lot of. They're out on the streets.
Yeah,
so
it happens everywhere. It's a very unfortunate thing because everybody drives these days.
They do it. They
Yeah.
do it in Flushing.
Yeah. Well, and
Seymour Elementary.
even for like lunches. So to the elementary schools, I'm not familiar with the food service. Do they prepare the food in each elementary school, or is it prepared someplace else and transported to the elementary schools? Okay, so we need to consider that too. The capacity to prepare.
Well,
the food.
that would hopefully be taken care of with the new cafeteria and lunchroom. So that'll be figured in. That's why.
Well, that's not the kitchen though. The kitchen.
No,
we need
no.
to have enough storage. around it.
No, we're going to have a new kitchen with the
Okay,
lunchroom.
okay.
The cafeterias that are currently attached to I call them the gymnasiums, basically.
Yeah.
Them would just be used for extra storage for gymnasium equipment or whatever the high school or the school principal or the administrators want to use that for. That's going to free up some space for them right there. You build a new lunchroom and cafeteria. It'll be built to accommodate those amount of kids, and that's extra space. They'll build that large enough so we can have the lunch in there.
I'm just thinking like fridges, stoves, things like. I mean, I don't know what. Yeah. Yep. Just consider
The
that.
other converse to that is to use the existing gym and kitchen as a cafeteria and swap out what you're suggesting as a new as a gym.
That's a great idea. That's why you're a great architect.
That's
So-
nice,
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Build a gym then instead and we'll swap it out. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Would
Because we've already got the infrastructure for a kitchen there already, all the services and everything, so.
She's going to do everything that we just asked for in a rough drawing, but she's just going to say the new cafeteria is really the new gym.
Yeah.
So
that would be-
and that's a better idea if it's cheaper for us to do it that way and convert the cafeteria. And we already got the lunchroom where the cafeterias are at. Good for us. I just don't like kids eating in there. That's old school.
And then they just wouldn't be gyms anymore. They would be cafeterias.
Yeah. Yeah. So the whole gym, and I'm okay with that. That's a great idea. Thank you, Suzanne.
We do a job of the intermediate school. Don't a lot of districts? I don't know if a lot do, but I know a couple that do K through 3, 4 through 6, 7 through 12. No, sorry, maybe it's 4 through 7. I'm not sure. It's an intermediate school district where they're split up a little weird, different. I don't know. If
Jim's going to have to. The only thing I know about, sometimes they put fifth graders in with the elementary students, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's.
I'm sorry, fifth graders in with the middle school.
We have. There's situations where
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8 or middle school. There's all kinds of different
Okay.
makeups.
Yeah, I just didn't know if the middle school would need to be. Worst comes to worst.
Well, we're going to be
Then
working
we're taking
with
away the
limited money
recess.
too, so we got to figure out what we're going to.
Well, the middle school, wasn't the middle school, didn't have an empty wing back in 18, 19, what was empty over there when we moved the adult I'm sorry, the academy over?
Oh, VLC.
That
There
too.
now, yeah.
How much room does the VLC take up, Jim?
You talking about square footage?
Yeah, I mean roughly. I've been through it, but I don't know. I mean,
It's a wing. Bill, do you have the square footage on VLC? We can get that to
Yeah,
you.
it's that whole back wing. We called it the 800 hall. That's all the VLC now, but it's 1, 2, 3. It's like 6 or 7 classrooms total. It used to house like our electives back when we ran almost 1,000 students at the middle school, but now we're running just under 800 at the middle school, about 750 even, and so we don't need that extra wing. We can do all our electives elsewhere, so works.
Hey Chuck, I just wanted to say I think I didn't even think about a dedicated lunchroom, but that really is a good idea.
Yeah, I just
Because
it
eating
bugs
in the
me.
gymnasium is just like you said, not all that sanitarium. You have to move everything.
Yeah, you
around.
got to move everything. The kids are crowded in there. I've been in there during lunch hour on a couple times at Cyrene. It's like a madhouse. And then they're trying to put things up. They're trying to put things down. I really think we need, and Suzanne fixed the problem. She said, yeah, you're going to build it, Chuck, but you're going to build a gym instead of that same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how you guys feel about it. I mean, do you guys want the kids eating in theirs? I don't know. I mean, that's where I think money should be spent if we had some extra money. I think it'd improve the quality of life of the children and the teachers and the staff there, right?
Yeah.
I have another question too, and since I knew this might be a stupid question, so I see 3 different numbers. There's like the packed them in like sardines number for this building code, and then there's a second number that's this allowable students per teaching station, and that's a fairly low number because I'm seeing like 20 students.
Yeah.
So what is that number?
That number comes, and Bill will tell you this, but that number comes from the bond application process, and those are the numbers that the state uses when you're doing a bond application. They are very low.
So does that mean we're limited to having that many, or that's
no,
just we've said
no,
that
that's just what. No, you're really limited. My experience is you're really limited by what your teacher contract is, and because you can see the numbers, the MVC numbers, you'll pack them like sardines. So usually, what your contract is the best guideline.
Okay, I just didn't know if we had to stick to that middle set of numbers. It sounds like that's just what we've told the state, but we could always change that. Probably.
Yeah,
so
and if you take a look at the bond app, it was crafted just like using your current enrollment numbers. So there are some rooms that are former classrooms that are labeled as resource rooms.
Yes.
Okay.
There are some instances like that. So you do have greater capacity than what that shows you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Travis. You got the numbers.
I don't have a dimension, but this is an aerial view of where it's located at.
Okay. Jim, what do you want to see? I mean, are these ideas like going down? If God forbid we don't build a new school at Morrison Hill because of all the trouble, and we have to add on at Elms, which is really 2.5, 3 miles away.
Yeah.
Would this be feasible? What I'm thinking about?
Absolutely. And originally, I was all for a new build, but I love the idea of renovating what we have and making it better.
And do you think that's sufficient? Adding 4 to 6 classrooms, a media center, a library, more bathrooms,
Yes.
and a dedicated lunchroom and campus.
Yes. The only thing that concerns me with it is when we did the STEM wings on all of the elementaries, that sucked up to 40 million. And so these would be pretty
close.
Yeah, I think it would exceed that probably, at least. I mean, it'll be great to see the number she comes back with. But that's the only thing is we put those beautiful STEM wings on and it sucked up a lot of the 40 million. So we'll just be close with the budget.
Jim, what about preschool, early or free?
Yeah.
Preschool. I know that was factored into the original design that Suzanne did.
Yeah, we would definitely have to plan for that because at any point or any moment, our governor could, mandate. Not that kids would have to, the parents would have to bring their kids to us, but that we would have to provide facilities for the ones who wanted to come. So that would be good planning to at least be prepared for an influx of pre-K kids.
Do you have numbers on what that would be per school?
I think.
Well, how many kindergartens we have now in each class? You have it already written down here somewhere, I think.
Yeah, so around between 24 and 26
per building,
per classroom.
Per classroom.
Yeah.
How many classrooms would we have to add? 2?
Yeah. How many would we have to add for preschool?
Yeah.
I'd rather get you a definitive on that. Okay. I'm estimating 2, but I would estimate that, but I'd love to get you a definitive answer on that.
Well, we have to have a starting point. So this is kind of where we're at. Yeah. I mean, we do a 3-5 at Elms. That's option B. Mm-hmm. Option A is building 4 to 6 classrooms, depending on what Suzanne can get in the footprint of all these, along with a dedicated cafeteria, lunchroom, media center. Mm-hmm. And then we're not even talking this is down the road, if we reduce, not eliminate, reduce some school of choice maybe and cap it at whatever the number is at, the board decides if they even are inclined to go that way. And throw it out there. Tell us.
Well,
tell me what your concern is with this.
Just budget. I love what you're saying. Like we had motor skills room in my former district. It was a gym, very similar. It was carpeted and it was a beautiful space. And I agree with you. Like eating in the same place that kids are sweating. I've never liked that. I love what you're saying. My only concern would be the budget with it, but I think let's get the numbers back and see, and maybe things can be. But I do think 6 classrooms would be plenty.
And then that gives us room to negotiate, as Ken said and everybody else said, about what we're going to ask the other people, because we're sitting here throwing darts at a moving target.
Yeah. All the more reason, too, why I like the idea of asking for 5 years before you have to vacate a premise if you go down that road, because then you have time to make some decisions.
Okay.
But love this.
What else, guys?
I was just going to ask about the pre-K that might be required. Is that full day or half day?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Yet.
Okay.
I know that Governor Whitmer has been big on mandatory preschool, or us providing it. We obviously we're going to have a new governor, and I'm not sure what their vision would be, but I do think it would be responsible of us to plan for that, because I think it's coming in some capacity.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if maybe there's a chance it might be like half day,
Yeah.
if we could only
Right.
have half as much space.
Yeah.
But if it were half day, would parents want to have their children there and before or after care?
Right.
Too.
And we would be freeing up some classrooms, because if we built a dedicated media library room, my understanding is, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, some of the elementaries are using 1 or 2 classrooms for that type of stuff. So if we get that out of there, that gave us 2 more classrooms inside the actual building.
Yep.
So we could be looking at 8 classrooms then total with everything.
Yep. Could be.
But only building 6 on it, if she can find the room. Deke's not going to be a problem. Elms won't be a problem.
Cyrene would be the only.
Cyren's going to be a problem. I just pulled up the area on it. It'll be tight.
Yes.
What do you think you could get in there, Suzanne? At least 3 or 4 rooms? And
if the gym is the goal, we could get a gym and a couple of classrooms possibly. Maybe.
I'd be happy with that, because that's a small footprint. That's where my boys went most of their elementary years.
Yeah, and we're talking about just a regular elementary gym, which is typically like 40 by 60, nothing more than that.
Okay.
Right?
So you think maybe a gymnasium in there, and then turn our gymnasium into a dedicated cafeteria? Can we get in the 2 classrooms? Can we we're going to get some bathrooms in there?
We can sneak them in a connector portion. I'm pretty sure.
What about a small teacher's lounge or an additional teacher's lounge?
Yeah.
How big does that have to be? 100, 200, 300 square feet?
A teacher's lounge, I don't know, 200 square feet maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we could give me a minute to look at it, and I'll see what we can come up with. That'll be part of option.
That just gives us an idea. If she has to cut it out, she has to cut it out. But get the bathrooms, the gym, the classrooms, and if I can get a small teacher's lounge in there, or an additional teacher's lounge, or break room, just call it a break room. They don't want to walk down the end of the building now that you extend it. Let them go in there and take a 10-minute break and drink their coffee and use the restroom.
I have a thought on that. At Deke, would we be, if we added on there, would we be cutting into the parking lot there? Because it's seems like it's kind of small now.
Yeah, so there's a complication, not a complication, just added later that we do have a bid pack that is being opened on Friday for Deke to redo the front parking lot and bus drop off and repave part of the back for teacher overflow parking lot and hard surface play.
Did I don't know say Deke?
Yes.
Yeah, I meant Cyrene.
Oh,
Cyrene is where I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant the parking lot at Cyrene.
It's okay. We all say the wrong thing.
Yeah, so I mean that seems like a small area there.
Yeah. Well, Cyrene's very small. She already said she can't do 6 classrooms there. She can maybe do 2, the gymnasium. What about the media center, Suzanne?
Yeah, you're putting me on the spot here, Chuck. Okay. I'd really like to have a minute to look at it.
No, okay, I'm sorry.
Well, so So, I mean, getting the pricing information is good, but we wouldn't have to do all this at once. We could just do this because we have the capacity in the schools. We could just pick one school. We could just pick Moorish or Deke or whichever one
Moorish.
makes more sense
Right.
and use the money for that. And then, have the idea in the back of our heads if it goes well. And then in the future, if we do have the need for that capacity, we could continue on. But we could also consider just, if we do sell Moorish and we need to replace those kids, maybe only picking one or two buildings to expand because we would have capacity and we wouldn't be cramming them in there. So we don't necessarily have to be able to afford these upgrades to every building out of what we get from Moorish sale. Maybe we just do a couple of them.
That's good.
Well, yeah, that's a problem that people are going to have is this is supposed to fully, they don't want another bond to clean up the Moorish mess,
Right. But I mean, if we have more students though,
Yeah.
like the only reason we would need these many classrooms in every single building is if we expand.
Yeah.
And we have a significant increase in students. So if we're getting a significant increase in students, I would think we would have an increase in tax base because those,
Well, we also
Maybe
got the tax revenue lost from that whole square.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah.
In reference to those numbers,
but
the FTE is what you're getting. You're never going to get enough FTEs to build what you want to build. That's not going to happen. I mean, right now, what are we at 10 grand?
Yeah, 10.5, 10.4. Just came in with a new budget.
And keep in mind, if you get more kids, you're going to have to hire more teachers.
Yeah.
And so I mean, you're expended. If anything, again, not that I'm suggesting it one way or the other, but if anything, your goal would be to downsize, not to increase. You're trying to add on to fit current numbers when in your current numbers, 25% of those children don't live here. So why, we're building something. We're looking at numbers to build something that does not reside in our district. So
I see what that's part of the problem too. And then yeah.
We're looking at trying to satisfy numbers that these numbers aren't even our residents. So if you start putting a cap on your school of choice or even decreasing it, you instead of needing 4 classrooms, you might only need 2. Or your 4 takes care of the pre-K. Again, there's so many different directions this is going. We can't even. This is another one that's almost impossible to have a conversation on because you don't know what our enrollment is. What's our enrollment?
Ours is about.
Is it 25% less of what's in the elementary school? I mean, is that our real enrollment?
We have 1,600 kids in the elementary currently. Of those 1,600 kids, about 450 school of choice.
So let's say we have 1,200 kids. So do we look at building something for 1,200 children or 1,400 children? What are we building it for?
Well, that's why I got all these numbers for you guys to look at. The numbers don't lie, Ken. So I know, but look at these and figure out what you want.
Well, I don't know what I want.
Well, that's why we're here.
Maybe right, but maybe we should turn around and build schools for 1,800 because we can take in 200 more school of choice kids. Let's do that. That's sarcasm.
I know.
Okay,
that's what I did.
But I mean, what are we doing? Are we building a building or adding on to buildings?
Well, the argument,
our enrollment.
No. I hear what you're saying, but the argument comes back that we came to this committee meeting because they want to give us $40 million. Everybody doesn't want to put their toe in the lake because if we do take it and we have to increase, now we don't have enough money. So that's why I think we have to start here with some type of numbers. I mean, that's what we just said. That's what we argued about for 2.5 hours earlier. We got to have some type of numbers to have that. So I don't know yet. That's why I asked Jim for these numbers. He got them all. They're pretty clear, and you guys are going to have to I was just throwing that out there to start the conversation. What would it cost to build 3-4 classrooms onto each building and get, I don't care if we didn't get any money. And I'm an anti-tax guy to the bitter end, but I don't like the kids eating in the damn gymnasium. I'm telling you, it just bugs me. And that's something I would fight for, to have a dedicated cafeteria, lunchroom, media center, just for them. Help. That's it. Regardless if we have 100 kids in there or 500 kids in that school, I think we should have a dedicated lunchroom, cafeteria, some extra restrooms. And I think if the public even knew that the kids, I mean, that's the stuff we did in the 50s and 60s. I mean, I'm 65 years old. I remember that. It's disgusting. Roll out the tables, throw the gym balls away, get your food out, hurry up, put those back together, and let's eat. And let's do, I just, even if we don't do anything, Ken, we got to figure out something for the elementaries for that, the other elementaries. And that's why we're here to figure out if we're going to get some money, how much does it cost? We don't take anything out of our pocket to do those. You guys tell me, and we'll tell Suzanne, she's here. 2 classrooms, 4 classrooms, 6 classrooms. There is currently
415.
415. And if you add Elms to it, that's 850 kids. They'll never fit. So you have to do something, and then cafeterias and media centers and all that.
You need to build on the Elms to accommodate Morris kids.
That's what we just said. That was option B. Remember I said option A was add a couple classrooms to each building. Option B is building a 3-5 at Elms to accommodate that, still with the cafeteria and lunchroom. Right?
And Elms has enough space?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, we're never gonna actually know how many students there's gonna be. But maybe a way that we could do this would be first to decide on, are we going to cap school of choice? Because at that point you have a number of, like, this is the maximum number of students that can come here. You know, I just a thought that, I mean, because we can never know this. We can never know for sure. You know, what is it going to be like in 5 years? And I don't mean to cut out all school of choice. I'm
That's a
just saying,
great question, Kim. The problem is every year the board can pivot on that.
Yeah,
The board,
they can.
I mean, in reality, you could cap it at 500 today. And 2 years from now, the new board can say, well, we're going to cap it at 200 or we're going to cap it at 900.
They could do that, but
we can only do what we're going to do here and figure it out. And we can't do anything till, I think, Carrie, correct me if I'm wrong, April or March when we vote on it.
When do they bring it back?
I believe it's January. Travis.
No, I thought we voted on it in April.
It's April.
Yeah.
Travis to vote for school of choice.
Yeah. We've always voted on it. We've talked about it in March and we voted on it in April. I mean, for the last 7 years I've been here.
They open again in January, though, 2 weeks.
Yeah, you could bring more in, but what we voted on last year is we're obligated to that. We can't just cut people's feet off. So we voted on unlimited school of choice. I didn't, but other people did last year. So we are obligated to do that. April is when you can make a decision on, you want to have 500 kids school of choice? You want 750? I don't know. I'm not saying what the number is, and you're right. We got to do that. But right now, we still have to deal with Mega, and how much are we going to ask? So we got to come up with some type of numbers that Suzanne can work for us. And you guys give her another option. I gave her option A and B.
I'm looking in here that might help. Your district did pay for some enrollment projections as part of the bond for 5 years in advance with 4 or 5 different models. And that was what was required by the bond application. We have that. I'll send it to Jim, and he can distribute it to you, and you can use that to help understand what those models predict your enrollment projections are. That might help answer some questions, at least for where you are right now.
Yeah, that would help. I was going to say Gaines. I'm looking at Gaines. Gaines has 86 students, and their capacity is 330. So, and they're fairly close geographically to Morris too. I think we should definitely look at some of those students that are on the south side of Morris, rather than having them go even further north. Direct them south to a building that is severely underutilized.
Here's the history end of it. I think they actually tried to empty Gaines because there are children that were taken away from Gaines Elementary that were shoved into Cyrene. Because they wanted to close it. That's problem number one. But you're right. Basically, you're telling to redistrict it because we probably don't need another building. We probably need to redistrict. We probably don't need additions. We can redistrict. And the other thing, and I don't know what those projections are going to show that we're going to get, but again, I don't know how you can project anything. The last 4 superintendents have all been determined to keep an enrollment at a particular level by using a school of choice, because the school of choice numbers continue to grow as our district enrollment has continued to drop. So as far as I'm concerned, our enrollment's going to stay flat because we're just going to keep pulling more school of choice kids in here as more kids leave. I don't know why we would think the new superintendent's going to do anything any different.
Yeah, so wait, does that projection say for in-district students? Is that a projection for?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Or Suzanne?
Jim has
Yeah.
it. I don't think she has.
I don't know.
It's 5 minutes since I looked at it. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. I did just send them to Bill, to Jim. I think it's your district students, but I don't quote me on that.
The only thing you can really use is birth rates.
Right.
And what has taken place in your community. As soon as you factor in that school of choice number, we control it. We just sat here and said we can. We can put numbers on it. We can leave it unlimited. We can do whatever. So birth rate should dictate it. And what has been the trend of people moving in? Has this community grown older? I can look at the neighbors right around me. Nobody has had a child near me in probably almost 2 decades. Now, I'm just talking about my little piece of the world.
Yeah.
But I can also tell you the trailer park that's located at M13 and I-69 used to fill up 2 school buses to go to Deke. Right, Mr. Loader? Didn't you go to Deke? Okay. And Deke used to be full, and that's where they all came from, wasn't it? Now that trailer park is probably over half empty. But again, we've backfilled those numbers with school of choice kids. So I don't know how you can project anything because you're controlling it through school of choice. That number is continuously growing over the last decade or 2.
So here's what we need to do. Then get the number, I don't know if you want to use a projected number, assuming that it's only in-district kids. Build a school to accommodate our in-district kids. Let the board vote on the size of the building, depending on, or let them vote school of choice depending on the size of our building. Like, that's going to dictate school of choice. That's an easy.
If you get a board, if you get a board that's going to continue to do that.
Well, I mean, how could they not? If you only build a building big enough for, let's say, 1,300 kids, right?
Yeah, they can't overstep
exactly.
it. There's a law.
Yeah, you can't.
How did you build a performing arts center? You take your sinking fund millage. The next time you ask for a renewal on that,
well, it's going to be harder.
And then you build another building. It's not like it can't be done. It's already been done.
Yeah.
So again, it's whatever the Magnificent Seven and the current superintendent deems a great idea. That's where this all lies.
Yeah.
Because I mean, our enrollment, if we would have capped it at let's say we capped it at 15%, well, we would have 300 less kids here. So when we're having this conversation and looking at that, none of these numbers would be what they are today. That's what I'm saying. Until you make a decision, but then you have to live with that.
Okay.
And if you redistrict this, you probably don't need to build anything. Gaines is sitting there empty.
Right.
But Gaines is 14 miles. Elms is 2.4. Yeah, but some of those people come from the south.
From building to building.
Yeah.
But from where are they from the residents?
Right.
We don't know that.
When I first came on the board, Oakview, they took Oakview right out of the picture. Oakview has 450 houses, and I didn't do it, but not the former superintendent, the former superintendent took Oakview right out of Gaines and shipped them all to Cyrene, which was a huge hit to Gaines. That's why I fought to keep Gaines open, because they were purposely, before my time, they had taken 50, 60 kids right out of that district, because that's how many's in that subdivision. There's actually more than that in that subdivision. Elementary kids, or there was. I don't know if there is now.
When Jeff Hall was the superintendent, he started laying the groundwork in probably 2014 to make the run at closing Gaines in 2016. And those children did leave Oakview, and they went from Gaines.
They went from Oakview to Cyrene, I believe.
Well, they went from Gaines to Cyrene. Again, we played a little number shell game because the goal was to close that building. And everybody out there lost their mind, and we found out that it really wasn't going to be a savings, and we didn't do it. But like I said, there's a building sitting there empty. And so I don't know who's that far from it.
Lindenwood Farms, there's 350 plus homes in there, and I watch those people walking their kids and strolling those kids up and down the street to pick them up and walk them to school and walk them back from school. So there's a lot of kids in that subdivision. I don't know how many, actually, I don't count them, but I can tell you the cars lined up on my street.
Well,
drop off or whatever, but I'm just saying those kids are going to have to go 14 miles.
No, they wouldn't go there, Denise. They would go to Elms. We wouldn't make them travel that far. Because there's some, yeah, but you got to remember Grandwood subdivision. I've lived here my whole life, or 48 years out of my 65, and you got Grandwood subdivision. You got the one at Reed and Sharp. Those are all south, and those are probably 8 miles or 7 miles away. To your answer, I know you're from Gaines, so.
But that's a good point. Now we're putting bus routes in neighborhoods that never had bus routes before.
No, they haven't. They just taken them to more.
No, I mean the one in is it 1.5 miles or the 1 mile walking distance?
We're not saying that, but we have to be prepared. We can't give them a number till we know what we're building. We have to move forward and figure something out. And Ken has a legitimate argument. Everybody here does. But at the end of the day, this board has to make a decision on what are we going to do. We just can't say we're not going to do anything and talk about kids. We got to come up with some options for Suzanne to give us some prices. So at least we got something on why we said 50 million or 35 million or 65 million. We can't just keep beating this horse. This horse has to be decided. And I know what you're saying, Ken, but that's not till April we decide the school choice. And the other part of the equation is that we have 700 kids, don't quote me, but give or take 50, that have left our district. Is it that high or is it 550? 750. So we got to figure out how to recapture those 750 kids to keep them back in our district. And hopefully with the curriculum coming up and nicer facilities and a better living area, we might get back a lot of our own children. And that's my end goal, is to get back our kids. And that would make up for the school of choice. Now, you still have declining, as you said, birth rates. You're 100% right. But if we could, we're not going to get them all back, but if we could get back even half, that's 375 kids. Don't say that. Well, let's try. I mean, they're working on it.
And as far as bus rides go, where was this conversation when the kids live at Duffield and Potter Road? They've got to get a bus ride to Cyrene instead of Deke. Where was that conversation?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
Neither was I.
We'll fix it.
But we didn't care. We still went to the K3.
I was going to say
we still went to the K2 and the 3, 4, 5. No one thought about that. So when you talk about redistricting, someone's going to be on the short end of the stick.
Right.
But no one seemed to care when all those little kids that live out Potter Road area to that northwest corner, and that's a lie because that's Flushing schools. Yeah. We only go to Calkins.
Right. Calkins and M13.
But you're still at Calkins and M13. They had a short ride right down to Deke. Now all of a sudden they're going to Cyrene.
And the other equation is, do we go back to K5? That's still an argument, and or a discussion anyways. And if we go back to K5, then that reconfigures everything too. But if we go back to K5, I still want a cafeteria for the kids, a lunchroom for the kids, a dedicated media room. And if we do get forced or backed into selling more, then take that money and use it for that. So let's give them a price. Let Suzanne just give us a price.
So have we ever asked our teachers in the district, like, do they like this divided system, or would they rather have a K through 5? We need to ask them.
Yeah. Of the ones I've heard from a few that don't
Most of the ones I talk to,
You know, some don't like it, some
Yeah.
do. I'm just wondering what the majority
Yeah.
is.
You can definitely survey them if that's information you'd like to have from them.
I would like to have that information.
well, can we have it so it's secretive? Because several of the teachers
Yeah,
I've talked to,
yeah.
listen, several of the teachers I've talked to, just several, all of them said, I don't like it, but they were afraid to go against it. And wait a minute, it doesn't really matter. Because let me tell you something, Kim, right here, and this is gospel. In 2021, when we switched, I was told two things. You weren't on the board yet.
Mm-hmm.
One, the grades are going to get better. Has that happened, Kim?
No.
And we were going to save $500,000 a year. Has that happened, Kim?
No.
My financial director can't show it to me. So at the end of the day, no matter what anybody says in this district, you have to base your decision on numbers. And the numbers I've already presented to you guys. Or once again, I'm giving you evidence, and no one's really listening because the numbers show I was guaranteed. Jim wasn't deputy superintendent. I think you were at Elms Road. No, you were the high school person. So I was told by the superintendent, deputy superintendent, and the curriculum director at time, and Kerry was here, they said the grades were going to go up. This is the hottest, newest thing. And we're going to save you $500,000 a year because we have to look at it. Go back to the YouTube video. It's right on there. And has that happened? It's a yes or no question. No. Just, yeah. Okay, there you go then.
Yes.
So,
And maybe we could.
I'm not saying we can't ask them, but at the end of the day, we have to do something as a Board of Education because just based on what I just said, we should be doing what? Flipping them back because our grades have went down 30% since 2021, give or take if you look at the charts.
But we don't know if it's because of that split or for some other reason, though.
Well, tell me what the other reason would be.
COVID. There's all kinds.
Well, the other districts have all maintained, so I'm going to throw that argument out.
COVID's not a topic.
Even just the mix of students. I mean, there's a lot.
Maybe from different districts?
Yeah, there's a lot.
I don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know, but I can only look at the numbers that we currently have.
But again, let's go back to what was told. And when you polled the parents at that time, the parents didn't want it to happen, and the board voted against the parents.
I definitely
That's
think
true.
we need a survey.
Okay.
And I would know names.
Yeah,
I would, well, wait a minute. Why wouldn't we want a survey from our parents, the people who pay the tax dollars?
Yeah. And I wonder, we talk about like the leakage, like the students that are going out of district. How many of them left because they wanted to keep their, they had two kids
together?
Yeah, and they didn't want them split up between two different schools. We don't know because we've never asked. But that, that could be a factor for that as well, of the 700 odd kids that are.
Well, once again, I'll direct you to one of these emails here. One of these emails says that they want to stop, from Rod, that they want to stop the leakage of school of choice students. Remember, I raised my voice and what we were trying to retain school of choice students partially with this new building, or at least that's what it seemed to be. You can come down here and read it. And I'm building a new school building for school of choice students. I don't think the taxpayers are going to want to hear that stuff at all. Because I'm a taxpayer and I have 3 different properties I pay tax on, a lot. To me, that doesn't make sense. I moved out of the city 100 years ago to move out here. I don't want to pay taxes. But let's not argue about that. If the numbers are here, numbers don't lie. So it says here that they wanted that bigger school to help stop
our kids from leaving is what I think.
No, it says school choice leakage.
Yeah.
It does not.
Our kids leave because.
But our kids from school of choice are leaving. Because if you look at our school of choice kids, which I pulled those numbers off of Michigan data, you guys should have never showed me that site. They said, you find it out, Melky. And I did now. Now I'm going to shove it down everybody's throat. There was 975 kids that came from school of choice. Guess what? 100 of them left before the halfway through the year. Now, I don't know if they got in trouble. And I don't think they got suspended or they came to us. But we got school of choice kids that are coming here that are doing what? Leaving. You can't keep doing this with the blinders. Something's going on. So at the end of the day, Suzanne's still on the thing. What are we going to ask her to do? 4 classrooms, 6 classrooms, a cafeteria, something.
least you know where you're coming from. You can always go down.
Yeah.
You can,
We can downsize it, Ken. Let's just let her run with the 6 classrooms per building, or at least the 2 buildings, and Cyrene smaller, with a nice cafeteria, dedicated cafeteria, lunchroom, a media room, and a teacher's lounge, if they can fit. And then the option 2 was, back to my original story, give us a 3-5 at Elms. And then we can worry about redistricting into Gaines, or we can redistrict into here or there. But we have to do something to give this other guy a price.
We're just getting a quote. We're not committing to doing these actions.
Suzanne's doing this, and at least it gives us an idea to ask for what kind of money we need to for back then. Why are we here?
Yeah, because it could be something we can't even afford.
Well, then you can ask him for more money, Kim. That's the idea. If Suzanne says it costs $51 million, and we say we're not building a new school, and you are all willing to help us do all this to move us out of our school, well, instead of 40, we want 51. But at least we have a number.
No, so she could actually say, we can do all that, or we can't, and here's what we can do instead.
Are we okay with that?
So Jim,
Let's move.
if we're going to survey the teachers, can we ask them and whomever else receives this, the support folks, what is working? Because I think we're assuming it's not working, but ask them,
I can ask what's working and then what are the obstacles.
right. What are the positives, basically, of your?
Am I surveying parents too, or just elementary teachers at this time?
I would like to know everybody. Yeah. Just to get their.
Well, I think the parents are pretty important. They're our constituents. They're the ones that pay our paycheck. They're the ones that elect or de-elect us.
Yeah.
And I've still heard from a lot of parents. They don't like their kids being shuttled from one area to the other. Isn't that a little bit longer of a drive?
And I would say, parents of everybody in the district, not just current students. Like that way, if you're able to. Because I know you sent out the mailer.
I was wondering if it was just parents of elementary kids, and so the ones that are living.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But also, if you still have contact information for the ones that have school choiced out, make sure that it goes to them as well.
I might have misspoke myself on about 100 kids. I had all the data, but I didn't bring that. How many have left? And I want to know, somebody said I asked Rod this, and I've got it in the minutes somewhere, where he said he would definitely find out, because when I asked him 3 years ago, we were at 550 kids. That's in the minutes. Our board agenda minutes, that we lost 550 kids, and he would definitely find out by contacting those parents. Is there a way to do that? Because you know who left the district.
There may be. I mean, I think it would be a challenge.
Okay, then don't worry about it. I'd like to know why they left, and if we can retain our own taxpayers in our district.
Mm-hmm.
That could be a reason why your students are leaving, is they're shuttled from school to school, and the parents say, well, I don't want my kid going there. I'm going to take you to school. If there's one parent home, and that's very slim now.
Mm-hmm.
The other issue with it is with our busing, we're not even, again, I love coming back and beating the proverbial dead horse. We're not even following our board policy on the way we bus children. And we've done that since the day one that we started the separation of the 2 schools. We have children walking to a site at the school rather than being picked up in their neighborhood or whatever. And again, we're not following our policy. And it amuses me that the board policies only apply when we want them to, where it's convenient.
Yeah, but did that happen because of COVID?
No. But the board policy is really simple. If you live a mile and a half away from the school you attend, you get a bus ride. We make all the kids in the Moorish area walk to Moorish instead of being picked up at different points. They walk to Moorish and catch the bus at Moorish.
But they did that starting when COVID hit?
No.
It just was when the split.
They did that when they did the splits.
They just
The
happened.
3, 4, 5 building and the K2 building.
They didn't do the split because of COVID?
No, had nothing to do with it. It had to do with saving money.
But the policy didn't match the practice at that time. Changed the practice, but didn't change the policy to match it.
You know,
We got to get some order back here. So we got Suzanne.
have her look at what you want.
Well, it's not what I want, it's what the board wants. I mean, are you guys okay with
Sure.
Yeah, we've all added our input, so yeah.
So we didn't talk about what was proposed initially, that building design, which may or may not be what we want. But is there any interest? We have Suzanne right here in looking at that again and having her walk us through it. I mean, we
I
only.
think she can walk us through it maybe at the next meeting.
Yeah,
maybe let me make a suggestion. Right? Maybe that could be option C. Okay.
Right.
We got option B. We got option C. B. Option A, B. I skipped A. And C. She can say, as a recap, this is the building that we quoted you, and you can place it if you can find some property somewhere. I'm okay with that.
And
I'm
because
not against that either.
as I recall, it had flexibility built into it in terms of being able to add
But
on.
we know that school holds a minimum of 750 kids.
Right.
Just at the small side.
Right, but yeah. I'm not an architect, Suzanne, nor do I play one on TV, but I'm guessing it might be scalable. I just wanted to kind of revisit that. Because we haven't really talked about it.
Suzanne, I have one quick question for you.
Yes.
You talked about building a firewall and the cost and everything with that. Is there the ability of having two different structures connect with for lack of better words, a pathway or a tunnel with fire doors at each end? Is that cheaper than building a firewall?
Yeah, I mean the firewall. I mean it's a little more expensive and it's a little clunky you have to have dampers through any wall. You have to have the doors on hold opens on fire alarm. But I mean, I don't think that's a huge holdup. But I guess I just said that because if you're going to build 4 classrooms and then 2 years later build 6, just build the 6. Or build 2. Build 4 then build 2 rather than build.
Well,
that was the point of that.
But I'm asking you, is it cheaper to build a tunnel with fire doors at each end and have it connect that way rather than be connected to each other?
It's hard to say without looking at a plan and understanding the circulation patterns of the building, so I can't quite answer that with a level of confidence at this point. Usually we do butt up a building, an addition adjacent to the existing building, and just continue on circulation patterns so we don't have kids running all over the place, having to go around and about, just kind of keep pathways going. But I'm hopeful that the next time we meet, which I believe is in 2 weeks, I can give you some real schematic, here's where we think this could happen, and if we want to pursue it, we can at each of the buildings and what the challenges are.
Well, I just attended 2 schools in my life. One was basically a walkway with a roof over it that connected one building to another. And I went to another school that actually had a enclosed tunnel that connected the high school to the field house. And so that's why I'm asking.
I guess at some climates, that's perfectly reasonable and common practice. Elementary kids, I think sending them outside under a walkway is probably not the safest of ideas.
Totally agree. Agree. I'm just, you brought it up, and I'm telling you that it's been done.
Yeah, it has been done.
I'm asking, what is the cost difference compared to building 50 or 100 feet of firewall or a tunnel with fire doors at each end that connect 2 buildings? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I can't answer that now, but I will say it's not common practice, and probably your best bet is just to do traditionally by adding on and building the firewall.
Chuck Melky again. I have one more question, Paul. Hopefully wrap this meeting up. If Carrie's idea about the building that is currently mocked up, or actually drawn up, so pretty close to being where it needs to be at. If that was, like you said, scaled back, like Carrie said, can I still get? I know that building, I think, had a dedicated cafeteria and a dedicated lunchroom, correct?
I think that what we were showing schematically was a very large, I think I just checked it before I got on here, it was about 3,600 square feet with two partition walls, so you could divide it
Yes.
into two or three.
Just the only request I make personally is that cafeteria, dedicated lunchroom, would be big enough if we did go with that plan, option C, that it would be big enough, regardless of hallways or fire barriers, that it somehow be attached to Elm so both buildings could use it. Does that make sense? My K3 and then my 4-5. So the lunchroom would be like in the middle somewhere, or however you want to call it, build a gymnasium and move the lunchroom, whatever you do as an architect. Because that way, at least Elms Road, if we did go with that route, would have the kids in there would have a dedicated lunchroom cafeteria. Is there a way to do that? You understand what I'm trying to tell you?
I fully understand what you're saying.
That's all I'm asking. That would be option. That would be option A, B, C, D. I'm sorry to put you through this, but you know what? We're coming in late to the game, as I was yelling at people earlier, and or I just don't yell at people. I just yell when I talk. So it's my mannerism. People
I do have just for some reassurance. The next time I come in 2 weeks,
it won't be at 10:30.
Yeah, I do have some comps on buildings that are either recently completed or currently bidding that are of similar square footage and the construction type that we would propose, that we did propose, and I have square foot costs for those. Now they vary a little bit in site development costs and all that, but I do have some things that might give you a little bit of reassurance on that you might be in the target close to 40, plus some other things like your debt retirement and other things like that.
Would you, I guess you're going to send those to Jim and Jim can disperse them to us. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll send that to you and then we can review it at the next meeting. In addition, hopefully I'll be able to get to some of these option A, B, and C for you by then.
Okay, I think I had option D. Don't forget about D Delta. D Delta is if we went with as Carrie said, some type of version of the original building, and we did put it on Elms Road. Can we have some type of large cafeteria lunchroom in between those buildings? So not only, I already know you have one for that new building, but so the other building would at least be able to enjoy the lunchroom and cafeteria area, please.
Yeah.
Okay, that's D Delta. Thank you. Any other questions? Any comments from the public? Hopefully not. It's late. Huh? Thank you. Thank you. You guys are the diehards of 6 or 7 people here. Any board comments? And everybody had a good comment or a good idea, I think, because it meshed together.
Oh, I can send it out next week for sure and have it back and give it about 10 days to run. Yeah, I think by the next meeting that we have with Suzanne on the 22nd, we can have that information.
Will that be for the
Sure.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah.
Jim, will that be for the
Yep.
agriculture?
That's a good idea. That's fine. Totally anonymous to the teachers and totally parents if they want to.
Jim, will that be for the audience to know, the public?
You mean sending it out?
No, I mean
The results.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
No secrets. Total transparency.
Ken, do you have any comments? Okay. All right. Jenny, anything more about the with the comments? Good. Miss Kim? Carrie?
Sure that we don't disregard the possibility of a business coming in and our population growing. So I don't want to collect what we are doing too much.
Correct. I agree with you 100%. I would rather have it a little larger as a comment to your comment and not use it. And I'm sure the teachers and the staff will find some use for it. But I'm not saying that it has to be huge. So I'm good with that. And Autumn's already left. Oh, Dave, did you have any comments? How about you, Bill? Jim, any more comments? All right. Thank you. Everybody make a suggestion. We close the meeting.
Suzanne, thank you very much for your patience and for being here so late.
Thank you, Suzanne. Hope to see that stuff in 2 weeks.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. These are all the schematics of everything. That's what I want. Thank you. Yes. Oh, was there a motion? Second? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.